think we're good. Maybe. There we go. 40-second cycle. Does that mean I've been there for 42 months? Or 42 years? Or some weird thing in between? I don't know. It's fine either way. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper. I think we'll finish this today. Whatever this might be. We got most of the side quests or main quests done on the near side of the ring. And now we're just looking at the far side. And a little, well, not the far side, but, you know. Essentially, we've got a commune that we're looking for, as well as tracking the person who stole the ship mine for our mercenary friend. I believe something clicked on this cycle, and I'm not sure what. Ah, yeah, Lemon Mina. Last time we were there, we finished off a bunch of side quests, and a lot of the main quests, or, I mean, I can't really tell what's side or what's main. It's just kind of, everything is. But, we experienced, you know, the loss of hope from Lemon Mina, but also grew a lot closer to them. We finished getting justice for a varying amount of people, such as Fang. And in general, just kind of made ourselves more at home in this eye. The bounty hunters are called off because they think we're dead. The bounty hunter that didn't think we were dead because he met us is also gone. I don't know why there wasn't any resolution there, but it's fine. Now we're just tracking down our own issues to figure out, want everyone to have a nice place on the eye, or elsewhere, if they so desire. I mean, hi, robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. Where's Andy? Mina doesn't respond, walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. You look around the unit. It's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina's sitting by her bag, which spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Well, let's tidy up. Start with the kitchen units. Pile up the clothes. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. Just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you? Pauses and looks from Mina back again. Never mind. Drops by a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? You forgotten the past few cycles in that too? Wish I was so lucky. Lem lets out a weak laugh and looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help? Unless you have a Sidereal ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. Pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they've never even put us on the list, right? Been all around the rim looking for work and run into more than a few from the cruise. Turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They were planning to consider us. Havenage said they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. Slams his hand down on the sofa. It can't be it. Well, it is. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the Sidereal up the hub now, you know? That's what we'll depart from. Bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. Steal a ticket? There's no tickets. I was joking before. Just the ID numbers coded to someone's identity. No stealing that. Look. We'll be fine. You always have been. I just need a little time, he says. We all had our hearts set on that trip is all. He comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around, be my guest. Can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the Sidereal will bring in a crowd, but be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. Find anyway on board, you take it. You need help to get there? Ask me. But for now, me and Mina here are sticking to the eye. I don't know. I think I could find a way for us all. Or just you two. Maybe. Who knows? Not too worried. Yeah, the Yatagon stuff's still happening. Evening, Pirate. How you doing? Maybe let's work on tracking down our mercenaries crew. That seems good. Just a drop of 4 there. And do that. And then I think worst case with this would be a neutral, right? It's giving us cryo as well, so... No, it only gives us 1. Brutal. Not a big deal. Snoozing time. And our mushroom farm's growing. I'm okay, how are you? Also okay. Work today was, wowie. Zowie. As they say. I had, like, 4 meetings that I was invested in. And by invested in, I mean, like, told to come and be prepared to do lots of stuff. It's not done yet, but my mushroom should be. Now I have to harvest the mushrooms. Silly me. Well, might as well. 2 random rare mushrooms. Okay. What's the other random rare mushroom? Is there a different... There's a different kind of mushroom? Clubhead mushrooms. Wow. Let's also spend this here. Finish that off. Found Ankita. I'll go and do it in a second. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. This far into the ring where the long lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its access by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. Stained by moss and algae, flows of green running out as broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. I'm pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath the collapsed superstructure. Yeah, just calling Kita in. Located the target. Are you sure he's there? Oh yeah, I'm very sure. Copy. Hold tight till I get there. Static cuts out. Channel dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Add the star's wheel with the motion of the eye and your mind wanders. Try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, growing farm stacks. Now it's a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smiled despite everything. Seems like an improvement. Sleeper, in the collapse stack? I think so. No, you better be right. There's no way of following that trail. If he's up there, I'll have eyes on that for sure. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. Sheds off towards the central spine of the greenway with you following close behind. Slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it's so concealed you can barely see the glass roof high above. Kita somehow seems to know where to go. She works her way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It's exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Kita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead there's a faint glow from the collapsed stack, and Kita leads you around the sign to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere water drips and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank where it meets the central drum and holds a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum was like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and besides them, on one of the mossy islands, there's an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It's connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others, the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. It's Amber's ship mind. Doesn't look at you or the sleeper. Wait. Turn to speak, but she's already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting in a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. When she launches herself forward in the now activated armor, launching herself across the drone. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit. You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Kita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mine and the sleeper. What's she doing? Or come down here, I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. I feel like I should stay silent to preserve the element of surprise. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. And Ashton calls out, "I'm coming down on Kita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake." Appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun. Throws it down onto the moss as you lean out to watch. You see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? You're at my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. I didn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand they would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. So I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself. That's you. Sleeper up there. I'm just bait, right? Draw me out. Ankita sucks a breath in. You trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. I love them. They were going to die. I knew you'd never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Don't do that. The wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. Can't let you take it, Ashton. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. I'm going to trust you after all that? Ankita hardens her stare. I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, and Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand's shaking out. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton's bleeding in the water, the red and the green, and Kita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly. Drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life or humanity. Just another broken object among other broken things. All around, living things grow and thrive. And Kita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. Well, that's not great. But also kinda not my problem. Anyways, work. Yes, work. Yeah, I had like 4 meetings today, and they all were just equally draining. We killed them all. I didn't do anything. She killed 2 of them, though. Yeah, actually, we're gonna wait on this because I think it's gonna give us a lot of energy. They were all just very draining. The first one, not too bad. I was like, oh, okay. Maybe there's some hope for us today still. The second one got canceled into a third one instead. Just an alternate second one that I wasn't prepared for. I was prepared for the first one, wasn't prepared for that one. I didn't have anything I could do that meeting. It was just like stumbling around blindly, trying to figure out what this project's about. And then the third one that was the third one that was canceled into. And then the fourth one was just, you know, I'd been looking at taking over a project as like a favor for my boss kind of deal. Not really favor. Just sounded interesting and I had time. But the one I was trying to take over, this was supposed to be like the kickoff meeting, and everything about the project was resoundingly... everyone was against every single solution we had. Someone had a problem with every single solution. So, now we have no possible solutions, and I don't know if I'll take the project on. Because no one seemed happy in that meeting. It went like 30 minutes over. It was awful. Every single solution. She had like 5 prepped. None. None were good. Everyone had a problem with one of them. And no one can keep their voice down. Gosh. The tones on these people. Have a little decorum. It was brutal. So, on the plus side, may not have this project on my plate. But on the negative side, I think that meeting gave me an ulcer. Possibly multiple ones. Not sure. Amphis working on a new recipe. That's awkward. I was hoping you'd feed me. Let's see what Rabia goes into. Is it saving? Push open the door. Sleeper? Good timing. I want to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. Turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, you know, it's been hearing good things from Rabbi. Gonna play this cool for now. Good to meet you. Likewise. Now, Rabbi, where were we? Actually, Sleeper is what I want to talk to you about. Shouldn't spare you a look. What's going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. Tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. Here in the main block's proving more difficult. It's a mess, Robbie. Yannick leans forward slowly and waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them. He suddenly decides. Good to hear. I can immediately... 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. Eager to work, Sleeper? Yeah? Not as sad as just listening to music. Okay, then. You're suddenly unsure if he's talking to you. Well, that concludes it. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. Shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment. It's so fast you almost miss it. Good. You know, be happy with her work, Yan. Sure, Robbie. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Says, now please, let us old friends get back to it. Hands Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. Looks for Rabia, she's deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. Yep. Oh, ward's same spot, isn't it? Yannick's trust, huh? Yeah, okay. I mean, we'll use a 6 on this for now. Seems fine. We'll finish our mushroom harvest. Won't you help me give me more of these club head caps? Nope. I've been yielded. Feels bad. That's okay though. We need a little more energy. And by a little I mean any energy would be good. Preferably without spending any money. I think we can do the noodle delivery, right? Gives us a little energy. Yeah, it's fine right now. We're collecting little bits. I was hoping for another stabilizer. It doesn't look like that's going to happen, so I'll have to buy one. Which is fine. It's just not the best. Alright. Yannick's wards. I feel like we need 6s for that. Do I have enough to get engage up to +1? No. Because we wanted to get that up to +2 first. Oh, the ambergris is here. Yeah, let's keep working on the commune, maybe? Really, nothing? Still enough. What do we got? Oh, we can sleep in the Haifa dorm. We got a communist achievement. Nice. What else happened? I mean, my mind's been wiped by that work day. Oh, my boss scheduled a meeting for like 2 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm like, every single holiday weekend, please, just let me go early. No one's doing anything. No one's here. 2 p.m. meeting. Oh, God. So, had to put most of my Friday plans on hold for that. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's been a day. Going down to the laboratories. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing on a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary. She smiles. Come. Let's talk, she says, beckons you closer. Who are you? Of course, my apologies. I'm Rico. She offers a hand to shake. Around the botany program in Haifa. Botany program? Yeah, the plants in the Greenway are vital to the Haifa's continued existence. It's important we understand them. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. That's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, and work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they're abandoned? I assume they dry up. Exactly. They run out of water very rapidly, in fact. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, taking control of the place. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems, but the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlen himself was so convinced of it that his first colony, they never came here trying to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. Yet, here we are among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It's wet, too. Rarity on the eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That's exactly our question. Oh, you know what? It's probably that gardener. The gardener guy that we got. And then he's probably been managing this place for hundreds of years. Or cycles. Doesn't make any sense, but in many ways, the system is stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us, or perhaps the collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like for you to help me find out. Turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Yes, you. These halls run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. Stamps her foot on the middle grating of the walkway. Whatever's causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they're found, the better. I'll try, sure. Thanks for listening. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us has been here a long time, and few come through. Settles back at her bench, her lamp stretching her legs. Come back if you find something, sleeper, she calls. There's discoveries to be made. Following the blue line back out of the compound, and thinking of the impossible magical green. We got some spores for you. Alright, that's still happening. That's still happening. Well, alright. Go for the cryo. And then... I don't know how to get energy, actually. Alright. I'm gonna let myself starve one cycle here. Just one. And with it, use our energy to do some food delivery. And see what's up with the ambergris. Ambergris. You spot on Kita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. Sees you as you approach. As she approaches, neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale, her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly, I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this. All you've shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods and looks up at the stars. I've never... Thank you. I've been preparing for... Look, can you come with me? It's easier if... Lean on. Kita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway. A quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes silence more obvious, more complete. Try not to think of the last time you were here. Try not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper sprawled apart, twisted open, connected to the ship mine has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita's leading you back here, back into the drum. Pause, trembling a bit at the threshold. What are you doing? What needs to be done. You stand at the threshold and look at the tanks, green and wet. Some glowing with flickering glow lamps. And Kina's suddenly so small under this hulking room. Small as she's ever looked. She places the box down. Alright. Follow Ankita into the sack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. Just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon, or shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The moss island at the center of the tank is clear now, equipment cleared away. In its place is a mountain of dirt, mostly covered in moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together. We'll stand there in silence for a little while. Think questions you could ask. How long did you know him? He Signed on a while ago. Just turned recon for a corporate outfit. Got sick of the pay. Joined the crew as a sniper. First few jobs were a breeze. He always hit his marks. Last few jobs he was different. He had a period of extended shore leave on the eye, and when he came back he was changed. Seemed he just had too much time off. He was right. I would never give him the ship mine. I wouldn't have believed him. I had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, and rat me out. That's the business. I wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. It's how we die. Alone. She stops. Not sure what to add. Seems like she's reaching for something, but can't quite get there. Feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips. The moss trembles. You'll stay in the silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in, the silence ending. Kita shifts her weight, and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be out in the open space of the greenway, away from this place forever. Stand outside and breathe the fresh air. Stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Nikita from somewhere behind you. Try to think of something to say, but can't. Nikita puts a hand on your shoulder and turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits in your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. I don't need them. You open your hand and let the chits fall to the floor, and clunk into the dirt, and she does not pick them up. You turn without saying a word and continue up the track. She doesn't follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. Think of those ugly metal bars in the dirt. Life has to be worth more than that. It has to be. Oh no, that achievement is literally called the bad end. Oh well. I mean, I don't have to be nice to everybody. Need more mushrooms and spores. I was never told there'd be killing, and I've avoided it so far. Sleeper. I have some of yours here. Come see. Beckons you over to a heavyweight and council wired to a series of specimen jars. Where'd you get this? This, would you believe, was a Solheim council built to analyze the nutrient contents of the Greenway crop. I've been using these for decades now, though sometimes they need a little tender care. You look at the machine, patched with whole offcuts, gaps between which reveal a tangled nest of wiring. If you're honest, it looks like it's received a lot of care. Spores you have are a real cocktail, selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Trichloma matsutake, species Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station. This is a composition of the Solheim modified spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Brings up another panel identical in layout with wildly different colors and numbers. See, this is what your spores look like. You don't understand. Look at the composition. They're totally different. Rico glances at the specimen jars, but might have something to add. They're fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions at the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. How? Hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms, and herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. Second, you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake. Rotting, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. They are delicious, by the way. An empty tray, germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. The groves are full. Yes, they are. looks at you directly. Suddenly you realize how much she's enjoying this. Here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab, but gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. You need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so you can track it back. Understand it. In short, you need to become a mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Well. You're a mycologist. Never would have guessed. Soon you set yourself up in the aviary, been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. Maybe whatever grows, not just Masatake. One of a couple variants in there, so you need plenty of samples. Scat from the tray. These little things are a reflection of their condition, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. All derives from the condition of their growth. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, the ways in which the biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whatever the case may be. Pops a cap in her mouth, taking you by surprise. Don't worry, Sleeper, she says softly while chewing. Turns out to be a dead end. Make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. Got it. What do you need? Okay. Got some of those for you. That gives you 3 on the fruiting bodies. That gives you 2. Alright. We finished the mercenary mission, as far as I can tell. She's gone for good. Sure looks like it. You're not ready yet, so we'll just snooze here. Oh, you know what? The PlayStation conference was yesterday. That was pretty interesting. I don't know how much I liked it. I really liked some of it, and some of it I didn't care. Then again, that's like everything on Earth ever, right? I mean, like, they showed Final Fantasy 16 again. Which, I mean, Sony, this is the 15th time we've shown this off on Show and Tell. So I didn't even watch it, because I'm like, I'm already going to play it, so... It doesn't really matter very much. Alan Wake 2 showed off some stuff. Pooped my pants there. Looks great. Looks phenomenal. Very excited to get a sequel that is 12 years in the making. Basically the first horror game I ever played. At 2 cycles or 4? Oof, 4. Alright, we're going to ignore this for now. We're done with that. We've got the ships, which I think is the DLC, so I'm kind of like waiting to touch that. Maybe we just do some stuff in Yannick's ward. We got 2 6s to deal with, which is great. Reroll that. A 5? We'll see. Brutal. Lost energy too. Emphas is back. Maybe this will give us some energy. Emphas is preparing the Matsutake caps. Cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as he was sharpening a pencil. As if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. He's a good sleeper. Very good. Barter with Mingi for some kelp too, and brew the dashi. You know Mingi? Everyone knows Mingi. Emphas slides the sliced mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid. You see the green wafer of kelp sitting in the bath of water, soaking it since last cycle. Should be good and warm now. We have some time now. Places the pan over the burner, turns it on low. Wipes his hands clean, throws a cloth over his shoulder. However, there's one difference this cycle. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide a story. Okay, good. This story's important to me. Gestures for you to sit at the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphas runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig. Mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. They drill in and anchor here Points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder, and all the way down the arm. Taps each scar on the way. Maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. One-to-one mechanical replication. Swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. Should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits tearing through stone and crap. Superheroes. Have my graduating year signed up from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. Stares off in the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. Rate of failures was high, and failure meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. Checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So, there we were, hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. Sent us home, back to the company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. Gave us drugs for the pain, told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me in orbit, there were only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache and burn. What burns worse is the betrayal. Been on the eye a long time now, but that'll never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Memphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves onto the broth. It is ready. Thank you. Thanks for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I'm telling it, it will remain. Memphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. Heat radiates through your hand, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. Drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Memphis busies himself cleaning his pans and bowls, sealing the kelp back up for another day, and quietly comes sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. Not that there's nothing to say. Sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell, so you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Memphis taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both you are somewhat a little more empty. A little more full than before. Neat. That was Emphasis. I liked Emphasis. That might have been my favorite quest in the game. At least so far. Alright, end the cycle there. Seeing what else. Oh! The Night in the Woods dev. The Glory Society is coming out with a new game called Revenant Hill. That got announced. Looked great, as per usual. I loved the game that they made before, so I'm sure I'll love the game now. Plucky Squire looked good. There was a Chinese RPG that looked just as phenomenal as the other, like 3 Chinese RPGs that have been launched in the past few years, but none of them have actually been completed, so we don't know if they're any good whatsoever. But it had the fun over-the-topness of a, you know, like a Kung Fu Hustle. Less comedic, more Ip Man than anything else, but still. You almost laugh when you see it. Same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Sleeper. Grab it quickly. Robbie says sorry. Says he didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. Sabine's voice sparks up again. I'm sure you got the play by now. Ernest Trust worked the block, and we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, and obviously you're the only one of us he doesn't know. Either way, we need you to locate the link to SNARP. You hear a shout in the background recording. Robbie says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay, processing the implant data and sending it to SNARP, but we can't lock down its position. Either it's moving it, or it's moving itself, or it's rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. You can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You only get one shot. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry, too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. Looks like it's up to you. Okay. A +2, that's enough. We got that. It's critical action. Literally the best you can do. Cool. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. Looks like some kind of shock trap. You grab the drawer, you likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. Not, like, fun for a robot? Maybe that's like a... hardcore drug. Yeah. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, and listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. Slide the door open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech. The relay. You slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for the moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, small plate on the side of his head just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. Strange movements and speech. Look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNR. Robbie said the relay moved, and they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? Thought hits you like a shock. Yannick with a remote relay implanted in his head? Probably not good on your organic stuff. Yeah, that's true. What else they show? Oh, like 10 minutes of Spider-Man? That was more than enough. I will now watch no more Spider-Man stuff. I'm good. Same with Alan Wake. I saw more than enough. I didn't understand... I mean, I understood the Spider-Man stuff. It's pretty easy. I didn't understand any of the Alan Wake stuff. But that's also good. Square Enix is making a Splatoon clone, but it looks way worse. So that's cool. There was some other stuff that I just like didn't care about it. Is he even in control, or has SNR wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? Think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. It's time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNR. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from its frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream. You're already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Approach. Push through the crowd, and there he is, still crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. Wonder how long he's been like this, a puppet for SNR. With a connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick the man was gone a long time before now. That's kind of horrific. Place hand on his chest. Sorry for him, but it's done now, and you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was, or had become, is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it's focused on SNR. Gross. Avoiding Alan Wake stuff, waiting to watch you play it live. I did say that, didn't I? We'll play the first one first, though. And maybe American Nightmare 2. Gotta get the whole story. It won't make any more sense. That's the best part. Alright, so that's happening. Yeah, it's digital only, which is a little weird, but it's also cheaper, so I guess that's fine. Maybe we'll just get it on PC. It's October, which is the perfect time to play it. Very much a Halloween-y game. Could do the whole series. Be perfect. I like that. I'm good with it. What's that again? Oh, the Sidereal dock. Need the Duracell sponsor for that with the batteries lasting 2 seconds each? Right, you need money. I don't have any money. I don't have any paying jobs right now. That's awkward. I guess we're just gonna earn some money. What was the best way to earn money? I guess let's see how much the ship mine fragment costs, because it doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Well, serious, does that technically include Controls that's canonically in the Alan Wake universe now? We stream Control, right? I'm not crazy. We stream that game. I'm not nuts? Okay. I'm like, have I done something and forgotten about it? The weird fridge mission, yeah, he's like, I can't look away from it. And then you're like, what's the worst that could happen? And the worst is that there's an eldritch monstrosity on the other side with thin little spindles trying to kill you. It's a good game. It's fun. That's why I'm so excited for Alan Wake 2. Had a decade to explore some stuff up, see what happens. 51. No, we need 100. Doopity doop. Maybe the freight hub? Freight hub. Yeah, that'll be good. It's an interface, so it actually gives us like 21 each. Nice. Alright, that's already enough. Don't need any more. Melissa's Bay, boom. There we go. Guess we're partners now. Bidding on jobs. Alright, alright, alright. Got another achievement. Life is good. I think just Alan Wake 1, and you're welcome, Kitty. American Nightmare, if I can find it. I got taken away for a while because weirdness with the licenses, but I think it's solved now. Probably, maybe. Should be all good. Grab that. Cool. Starving. Yeah, we're halfway there. Yeah, that's taken care of. I know we have the DLC still. Anything else in the Haifa commune? No. Is it not on Steam? It might be. Now, I remember it was taken off for a while. I don't know. It's something to check like 4 or 5 months in the future when we actually play it. Not too worried. I have the original. My old laptop used to open till it had like an Alan Wake theme and everything. Super fanboy back in the day. Still kinda am. But now I just fanboy over like every game ever. I guess not every game. Lots though. But I think that's more of just a, hey, there's a lot of things worth rooting for. Maybe we look at... Maybe we go look at the Sidereal Hub and see what we can do here. Scout the dock. We've got 60. Or 6d6s. See what happens with that. Get them away on board or something. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Senator Celis must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately. Turn to see him hooded, tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor. So you remember our game. Good. Looks around, but the platform's clear. Afraid you have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes travel a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. Telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies a slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. Don't much like it up here. And there was trouble at the Havented shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. I was there. I know. An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out at Sidereal. You know why they built this monstrosity out in the eye? Control. Certainly. No corporate oversight out here. It's not all. Celis built it here because they didn't want anyone to know it exists, and secrecy is something I cannot abide. He rubs his forehead and turns to face you. There are people being loaded on that ship as we speak. Sleeping people locked in cryosleep like the person you were emulated from. There's hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the known systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You're like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on the ship, secrecy won't be a problem. You can ping back whatever I need whenever I need it. so long as you are on board. With you on the Sidereal and with some minor modifications, you can be my eyes and ears. I'll keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, I can get you a born sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? I'm a concerned party. Someone who likes to know what's happening when it's happening and not afterwards. I don't know if I want to go on this, actually. I think I've had my fill of exocolonization. But no one's going. If you help us, we can make allowances for your friend, Lem, too. Make sure they're signed a winning ID. If you don't go, the deal's off. Simple offer. Only one that'll get you on the ship. Please consider it. Turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance, as I said. There's a ship docked in the now empty shipyard from the Celis Foundation. Need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Celis aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You need to get on board if you want access to their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give them the good news. I noticed his importance to you. And the little one. So cute. He smiles. You don't extract the data before the Sidereal Horizon leaves the hub, then I will get the message. You have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celis, you set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to entangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Only a handful of cycles till departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches back off the platform, sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the stereo horizon, the part it may play in your future. Uh-oh. I think that started off like an endgame thing. 1 second. I guess I started a timer by poking around. I don't like that much. I mean, it's 8 cycles, so we've got time to finish things still, but... Or was it here? I mean, I could just send... I mean, we were just going to send him off, so hopefully that won't actually do anything. Yeah. You got me. Okay. There's the servers. Oh, that gives me a lot of cryo. Nice. It says 53 cryo, but I got 33 cryo. But okay. There's Castor. Oh, there's Castor. Yeah. When you arrive at Lemonina's unit, give me Sleeper. Celis already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry. The breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I'm about to create. The data, please. Hand it over. Slots in the terminal, and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Child will go with Lim, of course. These are yours. But first, you're signing the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you A square, and you rest it in your palm, a small white perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand, rattles alongside the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Not to worry, it's done its job. Now it's for you to do yours. Nothing sinister, so we can keep track of you in the sidereal horizon. Yeah, I didn't agree to this. You did, Sleeper. You have to understand I could have done this without you knowing. This way everything's on the table, so to speak. Castor hands you the transparent films and these shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go, give them the good news. Sleeper, what brings you here? Come in. Beckons you inside. You look to the side, expecting to see Castor, but the wall's empty. You know, it's cleaner, better organized than last time. He was with some of the local kids. Someone started doing lessons down the way. Sit. Play for time? What does that mean? I think of Mina and... Is the sidereal horizon better than this? Sellus IDs for us. Yeah, how? He blinks rapidly as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... Yep. We have to pack. Holy shit, we have to pack. How the hell do you swing this, Sleeper? Friend, ho. Well, thank you, friend. You show him the ID films, whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. Should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. I have to go. Of course. Well, if you do anything, give me a shout. See you on the big day, alright? Take care of those passes. He laughs again. Nothing in particular. You get up and go, looking one last time at Castor as you exit the unit. When he's gone, when you look, the cube doesn't seem to be where you dropped it. You walk back through the low end. It sounds muffled and your ears deep in thought. Yeah. I kind of still don't plan on getting on board it, though. Teehee. Though, I mean, we do feel mostly done with these things. I don't know. That's there. We'll go look at this, see what's up with the DLC. Welcome to episode Flux. Seemed to be getting his life together and you just forced him to leave in a way. That's what he wanted originally. Flux, Refuge, and Purge. Completing the Deliver Spores action will begin the episode. Beware, it's intended for late game play. Oh no, it needs gear roll caps. I don't have gear roll caps right now, actually. That is one gear roll cap. Hey, Sleeper, it's me. Who? Moritz, I work for Bliss. My knees burst into frying. Yeah, I move around. Ain't no judgment. It's cool. We'll stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. Oh, well, Bliss needs you. Job just came in. Real big one. Asking for her to come up and help her out. Yeah. Wait, soon. Soon. Look, Bliss says I gotta get you right now, you know? Now's better than soon. Stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. Bliss likes me to do a thorough job, you know? Rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See ya, Sleeper. Moritz ambles down the corridor. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Alright, grab this for a yield of the fungal variety, and that for a yield of the fungal variety. I guess the time pressure was too little for me. I'm like, I gotta put more pressure on myself. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. Makes our way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. Founders first crossed what we call Founders Gap into the Greenway. They did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Why? Erlin was interested in people, not plants. He was a pragmatist, and for good reason. Both crossed through a glass roof tunnel, the Greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erlin had written the Greenway up. Cut off the rest of the station, linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything there would die. Refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause. They're as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plan secret till we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It's difficult to know from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like you see here. Half the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space, plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time in our life, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. Thought we had saved the Greenway. Until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico's quiet. You most simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both moved into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. You've shown me is that back then the Greenway saved us and not the other way around. Tell me, you ever consumed one of the Matsutake gyro caps? Yes. Imagine they were delicious and nutritious. Almost uniquely so. After all, they were designed for you. Rico's a mischievous look. First I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the labs, that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs or the grove different to each other. But I've come to understand it's the person growing them. The Matsutake and gyro caps you brought are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rico smiles. She leads you into the internal garden of the commune where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It's growing fruiting bodies for you and me. It's adapting and changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Ringo sends out events within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you've been growing gyros in the Matsutakes in the aviary, and those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes. I'd like to see those. Please bring me some next time you are here. Look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There's a species of mushroom I haven't seen in years. Clubhead. Oh, yeah, we got that right here. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. Point, we thought we were lost, then those mushrooms emerged from the same black mold. We tested them, saw they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. What I'm wondering if the antidote was a gift. Perhaps if you are patient, you'll receive your gift too, sleeper. Let's sit for a while. Rico seemingly done telling stories for the day. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wondering what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Anyways, have a clubhead. I don't think I'm going to be able to get multiple clubheads, though. What's this? Work needs to be turned around fast, huh? Okay. Gotta seal the leaks on the tanker. That was a critical action? Oh, I thought that was repeatable. That's my bad. It did help, though. Okay. That's fine. Oh, this might be the end of this quest line. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bang. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. Is she okay? Just angry. We all are. You have to remember she knew Yannick for a long time. What SNARP did. Rabia stops punching. In the silence, you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize they haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rig that thing in his head so they can control him. Push the old Yannick out. I don't know why you let them in, but it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Well, they're flirting. Yannick shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. At least Yannick's death is treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this. Yannick can hold on. Her opportunist is trying to take control. Yes, but now the connection's been broken. I'm looking at removing the trackers from the implants and Yannick's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Surgeries will never happen if Yannick collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? I want to fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. Low-end needs doctors. What I understand now is Yannick can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNARP from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. I also want to be done with SNARP, but I doubt they're done with me. How you two doing? Yeah, Sleeper. Not obvious. And wanting to say, I'm sorry I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again, properly. When I linked the data on the Sleeper program, I was trying to help people like you. But after all the cycles here being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. They grit their teeth. So when you turned up, I sighed, it shook me up. They ran a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so they look around you. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket, take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. I drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. And the SNARP connection broken. I mean, I know there's other ways, repairs, other pharmaceuticals. Even heard there are some labs out in the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? I'm sorry I can't do more. No, that's fine. Thanks for everything. Rabia crosses to you both, sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. You two plotting. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take out the handful of vials and look at them. You still feel the core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it'll ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They're what make you get up each cycle, and they're what make you keep breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Nice. Pleasant. And true. Very true. Alright, that's easy. Well, we could have easily been done with this as well, if I had just... It's fine. Alright, that one's done. As you both wait in the airlock, attempt to cycle it back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. So we're back in the bay, we check if the payment has come through and divine it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks. The lights flicker, and a moment later you're back in the bay with Moritz at the tracks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be held. Hey, Moritz. Sleeper. Quite clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who's already gliding over to her management council. She twirls a little, she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've met ever moves as well in zero Gs as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit. Will slams the fist against. Shit. What's up? I can't even... Come here. Look at this. Just look. Spins the terminal screen, you see the details for the bay's account. See an entry for the Ember's Wake, repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. When that happened? I can tell you how. My ex is a sneaky little conniving shit. Must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. There's no way we can... Or throw me that wrench. What's that for? This. Brings the wrench down on the terminal hard. You flinch backward as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, and sections of casing. Bliss is done. She clips the wrench onto her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you little shit. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, you want me to, No, I've got it. You get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. Any help? Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd this place out was a cleaning sweep. Flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. Hammers the button, and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall, start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. So I seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. Clean sheep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. Count wasn't everything, I'm not stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. Flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then you can take another contract. That's it. You want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. You could have transferred it anywhere. Even if I knew where he was, last thing I ever want is to see him again. Sorry, Sleeper. I know you work for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. See you in a few cycles. Okay. We'll see how that goes for us. More yields? Yes. I mean, a couple more club heads? No. Brutal. Need more spores, which, I mean, should be fine. I do wish I could speed it up a little. And then I need some Giro caps. Which brings us out to this DLC thing where I can supply caps. Came. Beak smiles. You walk into the climbing briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Ash. Brought mushrooms. Ash tosses the caps back onto a crate, raises her eyebrows at Peak. Thank you, Sleeper. He's edible? Yes. We're not used to fresh produce. Securing crates, she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. They're an acquired taste. I'm sure the refugees will acquire it. Most of them are from Ember's Moons. They're used to eating green and growing things, not like us XPR roughnecks. XPR? Interrogation? Either way, we're done to that place. That's all you need to know. We're gonna need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. What do they need? Food, water, components, whole lot of things. Problem is getting supplies, getting them through to the ships. Speak to Avenage? We're not exactly welcome to guests. If anyone figures that we came in with the refugee ships, will be quarantined as well. Why again? Closed-loop life support system. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. We're making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Ash scoffs. We're being realistic, Ash. These people aren't an increased strain. They're living people. And even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides the container full of mushrooms in one of the cargo hold's racks. Looks, must not like to chat. Still got a lot of space to fill in the hold, so if you're going to help. I guess just trying to say we need your help and quickly. Refugees behind the cordon. They won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or Havenage will bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? 3 things we need. Water, food, and scrap components. Okay. Algae stack. And scrap components. And how will you get through? I thought I'd leave that to you, Pete. You serious? I know we said it'd help the flotilla, but at what point? Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching quarantine cordon. Maybe not, but they might. They slipped out from an SNR facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. They're just trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. Help. I swear to... I need to think this one through. Beat me at the cordon in a couple cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, you can help me acquire the supplies, discreetly. You have to keep this quiet, keep Havenage out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, it's over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real and too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the island. I've been here for a while. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. She goes back to the hold, start packing another container. Pete, come help me. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. Help us finish this. We set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there. Any of the constantly while we work on this. We're in this together. What are you getting yourself into? Good question. I don't know. There's the cordon. Oh, okay. There's nothing on the cordon I can do. That's fine. There's the reservoir. I mean... we can get water for flotilla. Or not. Now it's on alert for a few cycles. Great. Very nice. Cool. I wish endgame stuff was more flagged. But what can you do? At least it keeps more suspense. Is there a food one at all? There is. Algae stack. That's fine. Find a note pinned outside the door. Sleeper, something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Peek. Sure. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Algae access. Dunzo. Oh. It's not Dunzo, actually. Got it. So you can harvest to get algae growth, and then Got it. Oh, the cordon is active, right? Yeah. Sleeper, any trouble getting up here? None. Good to hear. Come take a look at this. I'm beckoning you over to a nearby window which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. Cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black. And all around the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? How would you get through? Here's one of the tugs. As an escort, you mean? Now we fit all supplies on one of the tugs, but it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon. Then we'd be stuck inside. That's really wrapped us up in something here. Turns away and rubs their forehead. Question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. Why help the flotilla? You don't think it's a worthy cause? We ran into them when we escaped Hawthorne. Ash insisted we investigate the distress signal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have... It's just... Peek stares out the window at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ship. Forget it. Let's focus on the plan. Doesn't matter why, we're the ones who are going to help them. They flash you an easy smile. The way I see it, there's 3 parts to making it through the cordon. Just out the window and the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the security and thinking we're meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction will be all about diverting attention so no one looks too hard at what the Briar's doing. We could create a gap in the cordon scanning the deterrent systems to keep them busy. Finally, speed will be making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready? I wouldn't mind. How's that sound? Excellent. Don't get too excited. There's a lot to get sorted before you make the run. 10 cycles left. 10 cycles to gather supplies and prep this plan. It's very tight. If this goes wrong, just get out, okay? I'll follow Ash anywhere. But you don't need to get dragged down with us. It won't come to that. Of course, just keep it in mind. Let's get to it. I'll tell Ash about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon the best we can, look for openings. No idea what guardian angel sent us to a sleeper, but I'm very glad they did. No. It's fine. Sleeper, how you been? Surviving. That's the struggle. I need to ask you, Sleeper, what's it like? I mean, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, if you don't mind. It's strange. Yeah, I know I can't understand it. You know, with your frame and, well, everything else. But I wanted to save a lot of sympathy for it, like having to find a place. Having to survive, having no future. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries and struggles in their life. Feel bad not noticing earlier. Anyway, got a message for you. You need help. Look, I know last time payment didn't come through, but he did good work. Bliss knows that. It's no problem. Okay, she's doing her best, you know? I know. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. It does save me a lot of time. Oh, and you got some random scrap items, too. Very cool. So, I guess, let's see, are we going to get taken away from this? Is the question. Or are we allowed to just kind of vibe? nothing's happened so far. There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They're waiting. The cordon where cell security is checking the crew aboard the ship. Wait, they just didn't go? I'm very confused. Oh, the crew. We are here. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot. Hand over Marcel's ID, film to Lem, keeping your own. Where'd your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. Look, and a shimmering younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. Spoke to the guard here. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? The ID doesn't have our face. Oh. It's like our human face. Are we just waiting? I'm gonna just stay on the eye. Boop. Future's on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others. Future's being made now in the spinning ring among its people and its systems. You're sure of that. So you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon. Much later, you watch the ship pull away. You feel a sense of longing. Nah. I'm good with that. Oh, I guess that's the... I thought that was just gonna let me keep doing things. I didn't leave. Why can't I continue to... I wouldn't have left either. I really just wanted to get them on a ship. I don't know why it had to be such a weird thing. Oh, wait, we can still do the rest of them. What do you want? You just abandon them? I just wanted to give them their things and be like, enjoy. I don't think I can survive on here for like more than a month because I don't have any maintenance like stuff to do to me. I'd break down in a month. I have unfinished business. Okay, so we're not on a cycle anymore. So what's left exactly, if anything? Or is nothing left? Are we still on the whole trip for the DLC? Oh, we are. I mean, that's pretty cool. So we're not missing out on anything. Or was that because of a thing? No, that was... because the ship's still up there, right? This isn't like a future thing. Oh no, the ship isn't up there. Oh, okay. So it doesn't end it. I'm fine with this, honestly. They have each other, and I think I can eke out a much better living here in a place where I am universally loved. Personally. No thanks on the Exo colony. All good. I would not argue I would argue abandoning them would be leaving without them, and this is just good stuff, as they say. Alright, is this enough? Doesn't matter either way. It's what we've got. You had little insight into Esha's mind working the algae stack the past cycles. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you, something like silent trust. The kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. Why escape XPR? She pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off, then she stops, rethinks, and sighs. Like, what makes those two more integral to any sort of story than, like, the 15 other people that I've grown very close with over the course of the... Nah. I like staying here. Erlen's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where he grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen unders from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim's the only reason XPR were ever here. She flinches, correcting herself. They are a service corps. You understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne lost everything. Came an outpost tasked with just holding on. Kept the refueling platforms running, kept the outpost stable, hold on to our claim. Shrubs at her head if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. You know what it's like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that only exists to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory? Short breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like living in a grave. So if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Peek and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. Stares hard at the sign of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns. He doesn't look away. Realize the conversation's over. She seems angry, not at you, but with herself, for even voicing such ideas. Interesting. Hey Matt, how you doing? I shouldn't use the scrap components right now. We don't know. Yeah. No, I categorically reject that we abandoned them. I think it was best for all. How's the cycle? It's still going strong. We got the cordon. Was the scrap thing that we were doing? That wasn't on a timer, was it? Like the previous one? No. Alright. Though we could just finish it right now, which we probably should, right? It's one of the 4s. Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting it for cycle. Pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. Clean work. Thank you, Sleeper. Didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt and bows a little. Seems we're getting in a good rhythm. Now a familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out when the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Asks confused-looking Moritz. Beside them are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. Clearly just brought them in through the bay's front lock. It's payment. Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. They were very thankful. Looks nervously between the two of you. Bet they were. What the hell's inside? Leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know, this isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and the lids float off. As it does, a small brown lump floats up to it. Is that a mushroom? It's a damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. Holds a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. God damn, hyphocommune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. I mean, hey, food is good. When they get eaten by a xenomorph, it's on your head. I'll never know. I don't know where they're going. My hands are clean. Mmm. All good. You can sell them and eat them. Food's good, man. Are we running our grocers now, Lawrence? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. Can't pay for parts with leafy greens. I can use them. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. Take a few, the rest will sell. Smiles to herself, or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Isn't that bad, Bliss? Step in the right direction. Let's see, look her back up. We'll sell well. Looks like I went into a business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. Till then I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you, goes back to moving the crates. Better be on your way too. Okay. Did I actually get some? I did! Nice! Those aren't helpful for me at all now, but, you know, it's nice to have them, I guess. Why I can't eat these mushrooms, by the way, is, confusing to me, but... Alright, we've also got mushrooms to harvest to finish off a quest. Excuse me. Okay, we've gotten food. Let's get the water next. Yeah, Briar. 8 scrap components. That's a lot of scrap components. We got 3 right now. I don't know about that. Wait, actually, no, because we can't... we're not in good shape for this, are we? 2 out of 3 on both of them. Hopefully isn't bad. We'll see what we can do here. Neutral should still be enough, right? Cool. Done. All good? How'd you meet Peak? Ash pauses, a little surprised by her question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. Grew up together. You're expecting her to add more. Gathers herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get her answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, not an easy place to grow up. Administrators keep a tight hold on everything, even though they're trapped in the same decaying installation as everything else. Peak found it harder than most. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, we can feel the wheels turning in Esh's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peak isn't the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they needed someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. That was me. She smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Ash stops talking, but you see her eyes light up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peak's past. Both reach her wide bulkhead. When you're done, she turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And then she's gone. So you want to try to piece together Esh's past, but all you have are glimpses of the person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Okay. Halfway through that. Maybe I'll get scrap for this. Intercepting comms. This gives us... I mean, that's way better. +2 instead of +1. Nope, gives me cryo. What gives us scrap? Engineer actions. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I know. Starving, starving, starving. I'm gonna try to get this 3 to work. Oh well. There's a risk. Alright. That's done. Just leaves us with 3 optional ones. We can get ourselves a tug escort here. Slicing thrusters. Hopefully that'll give us more scrap. Son of a gun. I'll tell you that it sure didn't. It sure did not. Okay. I mean, we'll just keep this up. You know, the chance of scrap is not great. 3, turn that into a 5. But it's doable. This? Oh, Moritz, right? Big jobs came in. Grand finale. Maybe. Look at that. This has to work, Sleeper. It has to. If it doesn't. Bliss okay? I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. You all people understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. What hair? Less hair than I do. Sorry, didn't mean to be... Bliss is a good one. Gave me a chance. I know her. You know you have your own things going on, Sleeper, but Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. I would hate not to pay back my debts. I gotta get back. I'm out. See you up there. I have a burst of movement. A drone? Hello? Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Why? Havenage. Fang's drone? There's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. Something shifts nearby. Nope. Helene. Sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense, but I've never regretted being cautious. I'm Helene. Shake her hand. Fate's smile holds, the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. Look, let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and I understand your motives. She cuts in before he can respond. Look at her overalls, yellow markers, and the Havenit's sigil. Been on the eye long enough to recognize the member when you see him. This entire situation, I'm not here to defend it. No one's happy about this. Yeah, especially not the refugees. Not your enemy here, she sighs, no matter what you think. Tell me something. What does Havenage mean to you? Hardenhurst. I'm unfortunate, but you should know as one of our own who exposed Harden, and that's been dealt with. Havenage used to being criticized in some ways we invited. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting, to propose new structures and approaches. Shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it's my duty to listen to them. That's why I was elected by the members. We're an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, and each member, each representative can be flawed or worse, but we keep this place running. It's what we do. And the flotilla? Flotilla's a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think Council discusses? The price of Girol? We make plans to keep this place spinning, keep life support working, to ensure... The slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face, and she sees a notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Havenage works. Came here to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, to breach quarantine, and supply the flotilla. I know you think you're helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. Those debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if refugees are left to enter the station. The debates are at a standstill. Too many in the Havenage Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged, protective and selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. In their eye, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you're caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline councilor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR are undermining the station. It's exactly what they want. I mean, they need supplies. They do, and it's exactly what I want to give them, but unless quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they'll never get them. And those ex-SPR spacers you're running with, anything about them? I mean, more than I know about you. Let's change that, Sleeper. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something's happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim's collapse. You need to be ready for whatever is coming. To protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here. Help me protect it. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move, that we'll get caught and flotilla will be locked down, and Havenage will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Help me fight for the Eye. I won't betray them, but you will betray your home. Don't offer up the excuse hardliners need to lock out the flotilla to get all together to persuade the members they're the safest pair of hands. Please. Notification breaks the silence. Shit. Sleeper, I need to go. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers, help them see a reason. She quickly leaves the observation deck. That's great. Don't care. Alright, that one's done. Barely know how it works. Unless it's just a trolley? I guess so. I just find physical technology a bit intimidating. My specialty was computer systems. I mostly worked on keeping the protocols that ran the refueling platforms from totally decaying due to lack of use. There's a load of platforms in orbit on the moon Hawthorne's on, and Cinder itself. Sounds very technical. It was the best job on Hawthorne. Get assigned a ship, get to leave colony for a bit. Much better than outpost maintenance or canteen work. Only reason we got assigned to it was that Ash's mother is the administrator of Hawthorne, and Ash managed to get my name on the list too. Ash is always saving me. Ash will install these, Briar's her baby. Truth be told, I'm surprised she could bring herself to take it from her mother. Losing a ship, that has to have hurt the colony. How many ships does Hawthorne have? 4. Oof. One barely runs. Anyway, screw him. They'll manage without the Briar. No choice. Peak smiles. And I have to admit I'd love to have seen her face when she saw we had gone. Don't tell Ash that. Okay, I think I can manage the rest. You've done more than enough this cycle. Once these are fitted, the Briar will handle better than ever. I didn't get a thank you from Ash. See you soon. Maybe. It's half. What's this again? Tug escort stuff. Got it. Let's get a little bit of food in us, shall we? And actually enough cryo to get back up to full. Honestly, I'm just trying to see how much of each we can do. Sleeper. You come to the Briar now. Okay. Well, we still had 3 cycles left. Am I crazy? 2 cycles. Eesh. Helen's drone. Or Helene's drone. Caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. It's having a spy. I think we got it before it sent data back. Can't be sure. Yeah, I've seen this drone. I met its owner. Explain, Sleeper. Tell them about Helene. I didn't say I was gonna help him. Why are you so upset? I know Havenage are not my friends. I literally only listened. When people become administrators, they give up being some part of being human. They start talking about the greater good and the systems and the way in which their hands are tied or their process is compromised. My mother was the admin of Hawthorne. I've seen what it did to her. Noble higher calling, it's toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at a cost of their humanity. And ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Don't start, Peak. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable only prolong their suffering. Yeah, I agree with you, though. Kind of. Mostly, I don't want you to punch me to death. I'll make the run. No more distractions. I know. Should we do this thing or not? Sure, I guess. That's fine. I mean, 2 of each is good, right? I can do that. I'm not really sure. Seems pretty incredible to me. Almost worth being... Sorry, I didn't mean... don't worry about it. I haven't really met a sleeper before, as you might have guessed. Hawthorne's an XPR service outpost. Since the collapse, no one came for refueling or repairs anymore. My generation never met anyone outside the company. Heard about sleepers from the data packets that come through XPR every once in a while. Just contain news along with corporate propaganda. Reports are light on the details. Sleeper program's pretty quiet anyway. I think XPR are only interested in telling their employees about it. I mean, living in our town looked like a good life in comparison to being a piece of corporate property. Sorry, again, I don't mean... I'm not sure how to talk about this stuff. Yeah, neither do I. I'll shut up about it now. I just want to say I think I understand the need to escape, to get free of it all. The structures, the systems, the company horizons and the company town, the small places, small corridors, small people, the slow death it brings. That's it. I get why you sign up to be a sleeper and why you escape from it too. Nod. Altogether too much running through your head, but you look at Peak and they look at you, and that seems okay for now. Nice. Good enough. Then we're doing to convince a crew. Great, that's terrible. Thank you. I mean, I don't have any cryo for them to take anyway, so yeah, that's fine. I think that actually might mean we don't have enough for both. Because we need 5 there, we need 3 scrap. What do we do? Try to get lucky on engineering stuff? I don't know. Nothing. That's a bummer. I don't even think we got nearly enough. No. I don't know if 2 will be enough for that or not. I guess we'll find out. So we don't have 8 scrap, that's for sure. We did as much as we could. We'll see how the flotilla breaking goes. She's gone, sleeper. Started the run without us. Who else? Into the corner now. She has to make it, sleeper. She has to. Hope you know what you're doing, Ash. Drive failed? I don't know about that. Let's see. Got that going. Okay, got that done. Now, stop and load quietly as possible and get the hell out of there. Okay, got the stuff. To them. And they caught her? Maybe. Alright, scrap doesn't actually help us, does it? I kind of forget about that. We're kind of using it willy-nilly. I feel like we've done pretty much everything on this that we could, other than finishing up, like, this patching of solar sails. Which I guess we could do really quickly. I'm not really feeling the drive to do much more here. Other than feed my cat, which, you know. Why can't the cat feed me for a change? What's the point? One more cycle, but we should be good with this. Voila. That was incredible. Never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. Well, we make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. Inner door clunks open. Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, for good reason. Moritz been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss, impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Well, thank you, Moritz, for believing in us. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. Shoulder some of the gear that came back with you and Bliss, hence the racks to stow it. I think you should be able to do the honors. I don't want to jinx it. Check the console. Almost 1,000 cryo in the account. I mean, screw it again. We did it. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. Sorry, I needed that. Moritz even managed to sell the produce, made a tidy profit, eventually. Here, this is your cut. Thank you for believing in this place, even when I couldn't. First met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now... Work's coming in, and there are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz is a spring misstep. It's because of you. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? You know, he came here looking to rob the place? Gave him a job instead. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. What now? Well, I think it's going to be a little easier. Look out for some component contracts, stuff to keep us inside the bay and not out in the black. We don't need to risk our necks if we don't need to. Want to cash out? That's fine. But there'll always be work here if you need it. Alright. Take care. You too. 306 cryo. That's wild. And there's still another job coming in. Yeah. Eh. This might give us the last of the caps. Yeah, cool. I had her bench running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. It's good to see you, Sleeper. This little project ours can keep me awake the past few cycles, and right now I think I have something. What is it? It's something I extracted from the club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it's a substance totally unique on the Greenway. Any idea what it might be? Stabilizer. Yep, you aren't the first Sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. I just thought... I wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering broken section near the gap. Members who brought them in never seen one of you before, terrified of the strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up. I only really spoke to them once when I was working on their wounds. I've really seen a bounty like that before. Took some samples. Next cycle they were gone. Took a little food, hiked up towards the wild margins. Someone saw them in the distance, that was it. Disappeared into the overgrowth. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. Seems that somehow both my wishes have come true. This is for you. Yeah. Those caps made it for you. At least who or whatever made those club heads. It was right there, contained in their tissue. Only had to extract it. Imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that, Sleeper, to know that your body runs on some exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too, and understands your physiology much better than I ever could. He knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too is this sprung from your presence here. Greenway is speaking to you and welcoming you. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it no longer speaks to me. Even after decades here, I never saw this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago, so I'm going to make you a deal. Bring me as many club heads as you like, I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. Speak with it, to dig into it, find the being at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can, and I need you to do the rest. Sure, I can do that. You're welcome here anytime. Neat. Only a way to understand what the gardener gave you is to grow it. Okay, sure. plant. Who knows what that'll do. Alright, got some stabilizer, got some energy. Talk to the Havenage agent. Sorry, sleeper. Friend must have known there was a chance this would happen. She's being held along with her ship. What now? I don't know. Quarantine security as your friend. She and her ship will be held in the quarantine until it's lifted. Quarantine we're working on, but Council's unlikely to budge now. This is the last thing I needed. She managed to smuggle some supplies through, but we couldn't trace them. Refugees already hidden them by the time we arrived. Any more good news? Well, I got the supplies. Even if we're stunned, only worsen the crisis. Reports we were getting from refugees, things are stable there, and they seem to be well organized. They've stopped speaking to us. Worried about what's happening in there, but after recent events, court and security are keeping the place locked down tighter than ever. Meanwhile, the hardline counselors are preaching in the chamber as we speak. It's a deadlock, and I don't know when it will loosen its grip. Wish I had better news, Slipper, but we knew this was coming. I think that was going to happen either way, actually. This might have been semi-successful. See what can be done. This isn't over. If go, the baits will restart soon. I should be there. What's done is done, but we may be needed soon. The eye opens for us all? Not this time. For now, the eye remains closed to those who need it. Well, not great. Not great. But also still kind of okay. Not this, not that. Oh, actually, wait. Reroll that. Harvest some shrooms. Get another club head. And we got 2 upgrade points, so one of them's for that. Two club head caps. Okay. I won't waste it on that. Go to the Haifa commune, get some energy. Sleep there. Use stabilizer. End the cycle. We, just in time, found some stabilizer to do and use. Okay, last of these. Just use one of our 5s. Should get us another club head. It does. Great. Nice. Seems like that's all that's there right now. We're waiting on that. Honestly, I don't know what else to do. Looks like we're waiting on everything. I guess we start growing some shrooms again. That's all I can think of. Got like 2 more cycles to wait anyways. Keep the grow your own stabilize. Why can't I just input 3? Grow our own stabilizer. sleeping time. And then I guess we'll just go to sleep immediately a second time. I don't have anything to do right now. Just waiting. Things to happen or finish. There we go. Hit you like a wave, a white edge breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. Impact is a screaming brightness blanking out everything. You float in silence suspended. No, you don't float, you're the silence. It has filled you up, emptied you out, and you cease to exist. Time passes like you do not feel it passing, when something flickers in the silence, something moves. That something is you. What was that? You glance around looking for a sign of some change, damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. Silence sits around you like a fog. How do you think again? Doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up. The wave was noise, just as the sound produced by a wave raking across the pebble beach represents trillions of impacts, heard as a single roar, so this sound was the result of trillions of electrons flickering in place, heard as a single impossible scream. The wave. It approaches the eye, and then wave hits just as the flotilla turns to face it, and after that, everything is silence. Doesn't sound good. Half the cordon's frame has been blown up. Push through the flow of people. A few sections have been closed off, bulkhead doors sealed, and red warning lights punctuating the corridors. Feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Security? Should know better than water in this place. Sleeper, the cordon. It's gone down. Briar and Esh are still in there. Think she did this? Or perhaps Havenage messed up? We should find her. What if this wasn't her or Havenage? Something hit the station. Hit? Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. I mean, an object with a shockwave? EMP? I don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... Look way down. I have to find Ash. Look. I'm sure you felt something. We can talk about that later. Can't sit around any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Ash no matter what. Need to follow if we get any answers. No! Scrap for passage. That's... I've been bamboozled. I used all my scrap like a absolute mook. Alright, does Freight have any engineering stuff? Interface, no. Is the scrap people here? Yes? I guess? Yes. Cool. Back we go. Good to have money for a change. Jeez Louise. Alright, to the flotilla we go. Guess we'll just keep on working on being the flotilla's friend. Voila. There's Peak, there's Soul. Peak's still looking. Oh, Ash is there. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Ash stares out in the middle distance, hunched over. Sleeper, didn't quite turn out like we hoped, right? Plan was always risky. For me, more than you. If we spent less time trying to question it, things would have gone... Oh, thanks. Really helpful. It has worked out. They appeal to you. Flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. Flotilla's free and Havenage are backing up. Flux event? They called it when it started happening around Ember. What is happening? Some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems. Typically, systems are screened against radiation interference. These seem to be dulled and not stopped by the defenses. Brings a whole nother set of problems. Have they shown they can be trusted, Ash? I see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it's not directed at you or anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla, and now they're gone. What do you mean, gone? Someone lifted them from the bay when I was unloading the supplies. Well, at least they're in the hands of the flotilla now. She knows this is a bad move, Sleeper, I promise you. She's just too proud to admit it. What now? Finds them, she gets them back. Shouldn't we help? It's okay, Sleeper. I don't want anyone getting mixed up in this. It's my responsibility. She looks away. Plus, you and I have work to do. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper, and study it. Things change in the higher system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off the moons. Now it's here. If we don't do something about it, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems. Peek ignores her. I'm looking at the network. Some of the flux event hit it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. Some of the flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, when I saw the way you worked with data when you were preparing for the run, I can get into these things. I want you to find a flux node, bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but can mostly be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Okay. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. Turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face framed in rusted metal. Soul. Forgive me. As soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. I've been told Sleeper was part of the supply run that came in several cycles ago. Very welcome act, and we all thank you for it. Welcome me, Sleeper. Soul sets off, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you, and Soul standing back and letting you pass. Past the kitchen, steaming pots on heating elements, restless queue collecting meals. Algae that came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. Color's something, isn't it? A greenish stew. Leads you in a larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. See someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water gushing out readily. Just a little further now. Elevator you step into jerks to life. Admirals were expecting an exodus from the flotilla. The flux event has put a stop to that. Some have crossed to the eye, many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. Flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. See people on every level, supplies crammed in every available space. The ship itself looks like it's bending under the strain, its hull creaking, its wall panels pulled away for scrap, leaving the raw frames beneath. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Soul leads you out into a wide room of chairs and terminals. Your ship? That's right. Pilgrim Seat is mine to care for. Chose me, so to speak. Well, at least a crew did, so I do my best to serve him. Looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I admit the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things. You, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try and help us here, is that right? I did my best to. Not silently. I have to ask, Sleeper, why are you here now? I still want to help. Gotta be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not quite buying it. I'm not trying to make judgments on your character, but in my experience, people do things for more reasons than just being helpful. I have quest logs, sir. I'm sorry, I need to do them. Thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seat. There's thousands more on the flotilla. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we got into in this cycle. This very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper, looking to me for reassurance. Then on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board. A Sleeper. Same Sleeper that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. So first thing I want to do is thank you for that, for your interest. But the second thing I want to do is find out what you want from us. I think that's fair, don't you? So what is it? I want to know about the flux. Tell you what, Sleeper. Assume we make a deal. You want information. I understand that. But I list needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. So you do some things for me, and we can talk about what's happening in the system, and I'll answer all your questions and then some. Maybe the captain of the Pilgrim Seat, but she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. Ships from each of the moons. Moons bat at each other's throats. On the pressure of the flux, bad blood from the old days, we aren't exactly all in alignment. I need a way to stop things escalating, and the crews on these ships and captains to feel happy and comfortable to forget old rivalries and past crimes. Those who remember Step, well, they've always been proud, but that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. Last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Supply shuttle at docking access to Ember's Song ships, but they take far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, but if I don't... Leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. Groans a little and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see it for yourself if you go. Meet the others, see what they need, keep them aligned. Matters thing. I hope... Soul grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. He smiles his half-smile despite the pain. So I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the seed, too. If you moment to pitch in. There's never enough around here. Something I've learned the hard way. Alright, scoots us out. Fair enough. Greenhouse. Beautiful, isn't it? Remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window. It is. They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in the red reflected light. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, you're not from the flotilla, am I right? Honestly, I'm not from... I live on the island. That's not where you're from. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. Whether it's a good place to be from or not. Thanks to the wind's long shadow. Soul sent me. Aki doesn't respond. Looks absent-mindedly at the dust. You're a strange one. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from, which is nowhere at all. Glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware how quiet it is on the ship. The other ships, unlike the other ships, there's a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and at this moment, it feels unsettling. What happened here? Broad question. I'm moved to recount the history of the Stipper's step. Aki lets the silence sit near the wind and dust scratching in the viewing window. A creak as a set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse, and as you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that world. Nothing green here. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. Systems that are failing. The flux event is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, keep these traces of step alive. Which is ironic, because when we left Step, our flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were, living upon it. Something under the dust. Soft blue lights flicker out in the corridor. You've piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired. If you don't have a purpose here on the ship, I would recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful. Perhaps we'll get another chance to talk. I would like that. Okay. Or, docking access. I see. Well, let's do it. Nice. And anything on the Briar? The flux data, right, which I assume I can grab from, yeah, okay. Sleep in the base camp, sure. Alright, that's still going on. Alright, need to poke around here a bit, don't we? Flux node. A 6, 5, or a 4. Easy enough. Alright. I'll do that. Got so many mushrooms and I can do nothing with them. It's very frustrating. Come look at this, Sleeper. Its existing node, corrupted by the flux event, is totally twisted up, but inside, it's a whole other data set. The flux event somehow seeds its data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. I don't get it. Think of it like resin poured over an object, filling all its gaps and cracks and hardening into place. Ah. Flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most DI systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes? Torn apart. Look, looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually all the points within the node that have been randomly rearranged. The node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. Pathways tried to account for the rearrangement, hence the tangle. Although, less like shaking a bag of ball bearings, more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them into a new config. That's... oh, God. Okay, what is it? It's a wave with exotic effects. Okay. Swimming with the refugees? Yes. Massive system failures, cascading collapse of life support, total data corruption. Flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange structure of systems. Especially those poorly shielded, but collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all, doesn't make sense. Those kind of systems are built for deep space. Flux might penetrate, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. I need to look into something. I mean, you know what may be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Nope. Okay, keeping it to yourself. I'll look into it. Yeah. Give me some time. You got it. That's a lot of time you need, actually. Feeling pressure of refugees on all 3 moons of Ember. We got all this hearth survival from Mother Eshkot. Oh my god, I can finally... oh, life is good. Easy. I don't need these caps. Oh, man. Got so many mushrooms. And this is also what I would do in real life, because I also don't like mushrooms. It's a texture thing. I don't get it. It just is. I asked around to find you. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I doubt it. Well, I was on the work crew that built things, so maybe you're right. He winks. Stand up, let me see ya. Don't believe I ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Sure make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. You're welcome. Seems I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. What do you want to know about? You. Want to know about me? I'm not sure that's part of the deal, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this. In case you haven't guessed, it's a lifter suit made for work in the fields. Had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. Flux or Ember's Hearth, go ahead. Don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours. You didn't need to tell me that. Goodness gracious. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. Too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Anything else you want to ask? I guess. The Flux, probably the same thing that we knew. Flux just ruins everything technological. Got it. And Ember's Earth, thank you for staying hydrated. Thank you for making me stay hydrated, Victor. Without you, I'd drop dead on stream. And that'd be very embarrassing. Ember Step was a test ground. Should Margo and I bring on Saturday? Drinks if you want. Mostly just like side dish or dessert of some kind. And if you can't get anything, I'm just happy to see you both. Almost thinking watermelon? That sounds great, honestly. Yeah, I'd love that. I am a watermelon boy. My belly, very rotundly shaped, perfect to fit one whole watermelon inside. Store-bought cheesecake, Mountain Dew. You didn't need to mention the Mountain Dew, Matt. I assume it's like constantly, even if you didn't bring any, you still brought some, because it's like literally running through your veins. There's water-coolered like CPUs, and you're Mountain Dew-cooled human being. Incredibly impressed if you ate an entire watermelon. I would be too. Especially the rind. Oof. Oof. I mean, I get a lot closer to the Rhine than most people, but... Oh, I don't know if I could do the Rhine. I don't think I could. Alright, that one's done. Do we just need to help you out? We can do that. Sure. For once I didn't need cryo. Okay, that's almost done. Got... What have we got left here? Just the DLC, we're just kind of finishing up here. Whoa, that's weird. What's going on? I don't understand. Why are you flipping like that? Oh, because I was pressing the wrong buttons. Got it. Alright. Make ourselves useful. That's great. What do we got here? Sure. Sure. Loose crowd around the supplies you've unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from the Ember Sun continue their lives as usual. Quiet efficiency to the hub. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there's no one capital ship, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. I told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. Yeah, you look great, Peter. Petar. You hear me? The supplies are down. Oh, how noble of you coming out here to help us singers. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We didn't agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. I realize Peter's addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the eye. What is owed is restitution for keeping us restrained. What we need, we will take. Yeah, I don't really care. Why are you doing supplies for Hearth? Check your alliances, Sleeper. Hearth think they can buy us, but we remember the past. Take these supplies if you wish. We are not wasteful. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, already dragging away the crates and distributing the contents. Not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper. We cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment. I don't understand. What was the plan? Unload the supplies, wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? Because that was about to happen. Not sure about that. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? They were chased out of this place. Why? Don't trust them. Do you know anything about Ember's moons, or are you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? Alright, educate me then. It would be my pleasure. Assume you know the basics. Gastrine Ember has 7 moons. 3 biggest are these. We can cover the 4 sisters next week. Steppe was first to be settled. And a testing ground that didn't turn out so well because it was super dry. Then Sibel moved to Hearth. Same rule of surrogacy. My moon is a sulfur soaked rock covered in volcanoes. It sounds awful. Song provided the raw materials for Hearth, willingly or not. And the crucible requires people to run it. Us singers, born in a flaming pit, asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure until Solheim brought everything down. He rattles off the speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he's delivered it. Got it. And there was a war. They need us, and so we are the linchpin in the center around the moon's orbit. We resist the takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Hearth. And I have to say, some cycles I agree, so before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. What does that matter now, exactly? Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Would you return to the bosom of SNR if they sent someone to collect? Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine what it's like to try to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. We've weathered worse. Yeah, okay, I get it. Just stop running errands for Hearth then. It won't keep you from the docking access. Well, watch yourself here. Try to remember the Eye is just another in a long list of people who've tried to control us. Got it. You don't need any more help. Understood. Be as we are, act in your name alone. Tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. I see. So you've been contributing. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye after the journey across the system and the quarantine. Flux reaching all the way out here, too. Thank you. Other ships only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. What the dust houses need is the problem that concerns us. Shall we go inside? Sure. I love dust. I'm not allergic at all to dust. Only pollen. But there's so much pollen outside, guys. It's been so bad. Have mercy. Oh, man. Sound just like Ember's step. Okay. Not pleasant to inhale the dust, though. Also fair. An emulation of step. Terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. What's under the sand? Steppe silk, one of the plants we established on Steppe. Any bast fiber can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. One of the many species adapted to steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. Alright, move out. Why bring plants? It's more than just plants. This is our way of life. Can't survive in any other conditions. Neither can the others. And if steppe itself... He pauses. Steppe was already a doomed world. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Sybil, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time Solheim collapsed, the atmosphere was already fading, and Sybil's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Sybil fell too. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive and adapt whatever we had to the failing moon. When the flux started to collapse everything. Soon only traces of steppe will be on the ship. Let's just sit beside her. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. There might still be hope for them. They're not to talk of hope on a dying world. There's meaning for them in any future they can build with the time they have. I wanted you to understand the importance of the dust houses and what they contain. If the flux events continue to reach out to the Eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Okay, I know. I'm not sure I like this music. The mumbling, like... man is concerning me a little bit, but that's okay. More, it's good to see you. Same. How you been? Really well. Good to hear it. We can make it work. You're a smart one. Hey, look, I'm not here to chat, though. You know, Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she changed her mind or something, so now we have someone looking to refit Their ship on the bay. You wouldn't believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have when we're done. It's a massive job. We need some hands. Yeah, okay. I wonder what happens when we grow that plant. Hopefully something good. Gardner seems very benevolent. Oh, it's Ankita. Sleeper. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered the room would have seemed unlikely. Several cycles go, but seeing her without her armor seems smaller and less imposing. Ankita. She nods, kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. What is this? Come to avenge Ashton or a sleeper? We're just looking for another payout. Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before. Yeah. I don't want to fight. Why are you here? Tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. Better be ready to sign, because I've got my best repair tech coming here. Especially when they're going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Sleeper, you're here already. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you. Best in the... Wait. Did you know each other? We work together. Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start the decommissioning. And tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Thank you. Everything is okay with special payment terms we discussed? All fine. In the gimbal. Special payment terms? Look, Sleeper, something I have to tell you. She glances around again. This isn't actually a typical job. Ankita doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special agreement. Leaving. Leaving? Keep it down. I haven't told Moritz... yet? Left? Just waiting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him getting worried about Ankita's history. Be very protective. You should tell him. I only care if she's headed out for the Starward belt. That's where I'm headed. Also, I wanted to come to ask if you'd like to come with us. I can't. I know things have been hard for you on the Eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us. She said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, and if you stay, you're welcome to help him run it. I just thought you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. I kind of like this place, though. Think about it anyway. Bertha's there. You gotta finish the job first anyway. Interesting. Well, let's disarm Amber. Voila. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Incredible job cleaning up the hole. Moritz drift by, loading up final equipment onto Amber. Turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Starward belt port she hits. You okay, Moritz? What's that? Oh, right, yeah. I was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. For what? I don't know. Just might be a cool thing to have around. Sleeper, did you know Bliss was leaving? She told him. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it's suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You do a great job. Hey, thanks. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. Sleeper, something Bliss said. Are you going too? Before he can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming with or what? Bliss is already on board. Look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace so you never see them or built a tough foundation on top. May not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people think twice before trying to cross her. I need to spend another moment of my time in the station unless I have to. I'll give you a minute. Nah, I'm staying here. Sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Alright then. You're staying. Staying in the sleeper? That's right. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. Look, Sleeper, I'm not gonna go back over everything that's happened. I'm trying to put that behind me, but hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the Starward belt beyond. Well, guess this is our place now. Your place. Okay, but I need some help from time to time. We'll stay for a while and watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave, then Moritz goes to Rex, finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. No. Your place is here among the people you know and the problems you know. Shankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt. As you do, you focus on the eye. This is your home, and for now it contains all the futures you need. Did I accidentally get another ending? That's not what I wanted. Stop. I'm just trying to finish all these quests. Next round is yours. Think about what to do next. Second round. Yeah, if you'll have me. Alright, cool. Like that it's still called Bliss's Bay. That's nice. Okay, so we've found 2 endings so far on accident, which is pretty good. From there, 2 more of those. That's nothing. Just end the cycle. Alright. You're still doing things there. We'll see how that goes. Nice. Alright. We have preserved the cycles of the Dust House. What's the value of all this? Preserving a world we left behind? Heritage. Our practices and the lives require the materials and the pattern that the steppe provides, but if those practices remain unchanged when the universe around them shifts, aren't they already dead? What is better, to preserve at all costs or to allow things to be destroyed by change? Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping me protect the Dust Houses, but now I find myself at an impasse. Stability of the Dust Houses changes things, makes me aware how blinkered, that's a fun word, we have been. The ecosystem of steppe cannot grow to meet the future. Why preserve it? Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? I mean, you can change. We must change to live. We've seen that in you. The steppe, these people and ship, should serve more than heritage and history. They should serve the future. Or those in Fatilla that need clothes and food. They can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want to invite them. Can you do that for me? Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Nothing new to tell me about the flux. Coming from the center of the system. Can't offer more. That's okay. We got research going on for that. Alright. Check the stabilizer. And the cycle. We'll fix this flotilla, and I think we'll tie a nice little bow on the story. We grew a knotted twist of woody stems. It's a crown. Is that when it grew? It is. Came to the plant this morning and the loop was all that was there. Seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. Being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it. Was it wearing one of these? No. I suppose that'd be too easy. A root crown. She places the object on the bench, shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light. The dim Corner of the lab. Isn't exactly a plant, anyway. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How'd it grow? It was a self-contained entity. That isn't the good part. Look at this. Cross-section scan of the crown. Instead of xylem and phloem for transport nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Metal? In part, yes, they seem to contain metal, perhaps absorbed from the station itself. But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites and neurons, which is frankly ridiculous. Oh, it's an interface. Club pads are made for you, and this too could be made for you, for your frame. Shuffles over quickly to the interface. You're right, entity. This is the entity I've been looking for. Entity which was controlling Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and guiding it for these decades. I want to talk with you. I'll be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. Okay. Go to the cloud. And the gardener. This is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardener does not turn as you approach. They go on planning, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Good. I am glad. I wanted to meet you. We are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? Good. There was some disagreement with the others. They felt you were a danger. They're always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. When there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, sudden shifts. After all, they understood it was I who made them their crowns. Without them, they wouldn't have joined the chorus, so they see it as only fair you get your chance to join too. Join? Yeah, become part of this. We are millions, and we grow. Oh no, not the hive mind. No, thank you. Hope you understand. I'm unused to speaking to your kind. It's been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was Trellick. Every growing thing is networked here. A living network. From a senile farm administration AI. You could dissolve here, free of the decaying body. Wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. Rico's voice again, still asking and checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. Something else resists that sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth and blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, alive and with you. That idea spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you'll be free. If you follow it, you'll wake up back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth it entails. See you later. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately back like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It's, after all, just a river. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it. What it feels in a long journey back through the dark. And after an age of crossing, you're there, settling back into the chair, into a body. The overwhelming sensation that comes with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. You feel like you've made a terrible mistake for a moment. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, the deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. In that moment, you understand why you made this choice, and you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. I just said another. Okay, we're just gonna keep hitting endings again. I'm not sure what that ending entails, because it was just like, don't become a mushroom. You know, very anti-mushroom kingdom. Still with me? I'm here. Good, thought you left me for a moment. Tell me, let's tell her the truth. It's weird. Thanks for telling me. Nor is it easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. Her smile's warm and generous. Whenever the wisdom of your choice, you're glad to feel welcome in this moment. Then she stands and walks a little away, as trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Plan to stay in the commune with us? For a while. Glad to hear it. Life needs new blood to survive, and you are a good friend. The feeling's mutual. Nice. Could get more stabilizer, or we could just try to finish this flotilla off before things go all wonky. A ship mine replacement? A ship mine replacement? You gotta be kidding me with this. I don't have enough cryo for a ship mine replacement. Ridiculous. 1 second. I need to get more cryo, I guess. I'm gonna need 300 for it, if I'm not mistaken. Which I guess shouldn't be too difficult with Bliss's Bay doing things. But it will put us back in a state of being broke. But alas. Oh, I can export Matsutak. Well, that's okay. They needed it more than I did. Anyways, give me a ship mine core. Not there. No. Here. Let's get some energy from the commune. Keep on a-trucking. Ship mines used to be hard to get, thank you very much. Alright, there's Peter. And with that, I've just got a lot of Axis stuff to help them with to finish off the flotilla. It'll take me more than a day to do. Cycle, sorry. I'm fine. Starving just to finish this at least. There we go. Sleeper. I'm hearing things. He's so nervous. He rubs his hands together nervously. You know, in song I was a teacher. Really? Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering, essential subject on the moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the death of hundreds. It's all hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work and training was respected. As long as they were careful, respected some of themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues. Some colonies are small, close-knit. We looked after our own when the flux events started hitting colonies went dark overnight. We lost more people than any of the other moons, like always. Not a single one of my students left song. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. What am I out here? What use am I? Song's a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? Find someone to teach. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? Just keep going. Reminded me of a student of mine wanted to enter the program for one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there, but that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. They're going to change easily. Won't forgive easily, or take help easily, but we'll hold strong. Count on us for that. So when you see Soul again, you can tell him that. Tell him how the crews of this Ember Song operate. Tell him we will resist, and if that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. And tell him to leave us alone. He smiles. Alright. Got that. Ship of Steps and a goodwill gesture. Not sure how to use them. The gesture is a welcome one. Song are accepting supplies again. A little reticently. Don't expect them to change anytime soon. What part did you have in all this? I helped where I could. I'm gonna expect that of you, Sleeper. Look at Soul, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. A tool to be used or an ally? Can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Passero. When we decided we needed to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster, and somehow she's carried us all the way here. We? Farmers, mostly, from outside the city and edges. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land, people to run it. Others led, organized the evacuation, debated the plan. Not one of the folks made it. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader and I'm sick, but, well, the service chooses you. Space in front of you is a vast bay, bigger than you've ever seen. When we left Earth, we didn't have time or resources to convert the entire ship. So much of the freight space was sealed away and shut down. Now we have time and resources, and we can make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Flux already hit one part of the station. From what I know, it'll hit again. On Earth, we lost everything. There's much time. There's enough time to do something. Look at the number of people we can fit on here. Farming stacks, the housing. Hell, you plant some of the mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, and the only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the Starward Belt. The Eye was your destination. It was until the Flux hit. Now it's just another stop. Oh, you're like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. There are other ways. If you know them, go ahead, but I'm telling you, this is the opportunity we have now. It's a lot to think about, but think of what we can do here. Flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I heard that out in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all of this. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Think about it, Sleeper. Don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And peak. Kiamani's active negation. The effect to transport trillions of tons from the surrogate system to the core. Process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between... Oh, this is too much. No, I'm sorry. Too much gobbledygook for me. Where's this going? There's a can channel? We shut it down before the collapse, but it's still there, closely orbiting our star. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with can channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. Oh, the flux. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? That I don't know. They need a lot of resources to do it, but they need to have people from the core systems. There's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore, so why'd you go for the trouble? Just to trigger it? It isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems? Moons of Ember have been terraforming before the collapse. They would have had to deal with it, and everything we heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. System's been quiet for decades. Flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it was the most run-down part of the station. Others appearing so far after the event. We need to get the data on those nodes, and quickly. Right now? Okay. Can do, boss. I'm really good at looking. There's a flux node. What do you need? 6, 5, or 4? You got it. Don't need a 6, 5, or 4, please. Gosh darn it. Alright. Fine. One more cycle. That. I wish we could, like, skip around the eye. You know, connect the far ends. Like a ring should be. Three? I don't have 3. I have no idea where the third one would be. Oh, you know what? It's probably on the spoke. That makes sense. There you go. How's the weapon hunt? Slow, unsuccessful, and tedious. They hid it in the wave of the wave. It's alive. It's growing and processing, quietly working away in the dark. The shadow entered in the wake of the wave and corrupted them, but made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's sleight of hand. The flux wave is so massive, as it reconfigures exposed systems, shadow is broadcast and implanted in. It's a Trojan horse. It's already on the eye. Take this to someone. Clean. Alright, don't tell anyone until they're ready. Need time to build a case. For now, the eye keeps spinning. Gathering evidence for another 2 cycles. Okay. That's fine. Reroll. Gonna harvest some shrooms, maybe. That was a neutral outcome, which isn't great for us. I guess we'll just snooze then. We need more caps for more stabilizer. That's good enough. Usually gives us one of each. And we can sell these mushrooms if we feel like it. Alright, do that. Blah, blah, blah. We're starving. Okay, go to the commune. Work. Continue to work. Negative outcome still gives us energy because life is good. And we sleep. We'll do the stabilizer next cycle if we need to. Well, it feels like we're right at the edge of this storyline. It's time. I'm ready. Annotated to the best of my ability, anyone should be able to understand the threat and potential in this. Sure, as I can be. Shadow's hard to pin down. Adapts to any countermeasure I've tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. Well, we need help, Sleeper. I have to set up a meeting. Just tell someone who can do something about this. Maybe. Their internal politics make it hard for them to even listen to us. Perhaps we might think about this all wrong. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is the one we need to take? We resist this together or we will fail. Send the data to both. That sounds good. Another flux event is coming and I'm not sure we can survive without help. Take the data, send it out to everything. Up to 3 whole upgrade points. Wow. Send flux data. Once you send the data, episode purge and the final series of events on the eye will begin. At this point, you won't be able to return to complete other drives, find other endings. Yeah, sure. Let's finish this off. Data, soul, and Havenage. Where'd you get the Sleeper? I need to know your source. Hello to you too. Didn't bring me here for a reunion, I assume. Forgive me for skipping the pleasantries. A lot to take in. Shadow Protocol and the Flux. Total collapse of the eye. If I bring this to the council, though, I'll believe you. You know what's been happening within Havenage, Sleeper? Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners, because each counselor gets tired of the arguments and compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. So if the flotilla is to blame, refugees are opportunists, I must be defended. And now you're telling me they brought something to the eye? Yeah, they didn't bring it. But that's all the counselors will hear. Someone say refugee, speak of the devil, and well, here I am. Suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Soul. I think we spoke remotely when the cordon was still up. You're all allies here. Seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper. Havenage been the one seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. Not Havenage, Helene blurts out. What I meant to see is no one person represents Havenage. It's not the idea. Didn't support the cordon, didn't support your quarantine. Well then, anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? 1. Flux events, very same waves have reached the station. 2. According to the data, was an intrusive protocol, which is causing the real damage, and it'll do the very same thing it did to Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly. 4, and this is my favorite, we have no idea who or what is doing this and why. Yeah, there's also another one coming. Sounds intimidating. Do you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? That's why we're here. This was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. We all thought it was the Flux. We can try. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could was that I gave up hope early. There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I got on working on the Pilgrim Seed, getting people on board, so when the second and third and the rest of the Flux events hit, we were ready to go. If I can offer you advice, Miss Not Havenage, it's to give up on that line of thought you have, and start the evacuation now, right this cycle. Already started the process of converting the remaining volume for human habitation. With the resources, I dare say we could finish the job. No, it's hard and sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. There'll be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those who don't. Lee listens in silence. Let me think. I need a moment. We purge the Shadow Protocol, because that's the name of the DLC. What resources? It's Shadow. Uncontrollable and untraceable. Perhaps full contingent of the Havenage Systems Department that require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked, maintenance schedules abandoned, and that through the Council. That even be possible? We have to try. Take this to the Council, force them to listen and act. Someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Cozy little meeting this is. I must say, some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Counselor Kemp. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper. Everyone will be so disappointed. Some of our counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. I, of course, never let novelty distract the importance of experience. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. The games are over. No more point scoring. No more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes slate, prods the screen. Face betrays nothing. What do you think this shows? Don't play games. You can read. The Flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe re-emerging to take the station, Solheim. Either way, the station's under threat. You're right about that, but the rest? Conjecture. What we have is a virus in our systems which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived. In fact, it times imperfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. It does not. So you see a hostile cyber warfare attack. That's the order of facts. Nothing more, nothing less. Facts will be happy to present to the Council. You think that's the only copy of that data, you sanctimonious shit? No, I don't. Who do you think they'll listen to, Helene? Especially after I tell everyone about this little clandestine meeting. You couldn't win power by having a system. By our laws, you resort to this. The law is with me. It's simple as that. 2 security officers appeared. Now, no need for that. Silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him. Now you see his backup of his own. A group of his crew stand at the edge of the room. They're carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. They're Ash's guns. Careful there, outsider. Kill me in Havenage, you'll never forget, he stutters. No one's killing anyone, so let's calm down. But I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. And you leave your colleague here with me. We haven't finished our conversation. You're finished, Helene. He laughs, shakes his head. The Council will never allow you back after this. Your friends leave a lot to be desired. Seems like support for the evacuation might be a hard ask. Lean doesn't respond. She stares out of the Pilgrim Seed once more, trying to process it. I won't call for an evacuation. Maybe it's a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. I understand. Won't block it either. If people want to leave, Havenage will let them. That's what I propose to the Council if they let me speak. You have to try. Good luck. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. It'll be going in a handful of cycles whether Havenage wants it or not. How long? Honestly, as soon as we're ready. There's birth for you and anyone you can gather, Sleeper, which I owe you. Helene won't hold out much hope of her coming around. Too tied up in all this. Won't let her leave even if she wants to. Hell, I say the same thing about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. Crew will take me up from here. Don't you worry. Thanks for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if I can help assure that the Pilgrim Seed against any future Flux events. If we had you on the hearth. Suddenly lost his appetite for discussing the past. Of course, we need all the help we can get. You spare some time, come to the seed, help me get ready, bring others. Future be earned here, cycle by cycle. We're leaving as soon as we're able. Don't keep me waiting. Alright. Runs an apology. Reminds me of when we met. Sniffs and doesn't look back. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Put that down, please, Ash. Can't leave, not yet. Please, I'm the only one who can... Do what, Peak? Save this place? Are you still that naive? We're running, Peak. We're running because this thing can't be stopped, couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Ash. We can give these people a chance. Like they gave the refugees a chance? No, Pete. This is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, take you out of that place. We go. That's the end of it. Pete turns away. You feel unsure what to do? You know, now is not the time for outside arguments. It's between them. Sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. Let's talk upstairs. Here, sit. Brush the hair out of their eyes, take a deep breath. How'd it go? What do they say? Waiting all cycle. Not great. Won't be able to count on anything from Hamanage. And Soul managed to grab the guns. Another thing on us. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled. Ash freezes, glances between you and Peak. So it might be an elaborate joke. Flotilla used them? What happened? Thankfully they didn't. Use them as a threat, so good. Peak. She knows Peak will not approve. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper, but our introduction of these weapons to the equation are another reason why we can't simply run away. She surely knows they can't absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what's motivating her? Maybe trying to protect Peak. Even from themselves. Suddenly a shrill beeping fills the room. What? Playing explain. 12 cycles. 12 cycles till the next flux event. I'm using the arrays on the Briar to look toward the center of the system. The signal came from the inner system given the distance. We have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. Start now. That's the end of it. You want to take the Briar and run, Ash? That's on you. But I won't do it. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. We'll find something. Your eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. The sooner we have to plan, the better. It takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Here, so we can touch. Ash. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. See you back here soon, okay? So, we've got that. We could Pilgrim prep. I mean, technically, maybe we could do both, but... I mean, a DLC starts with Purge. I gots to. That's... I gotta try to Purge. Peak beckons you over to the mess table where they set up a terminal. I'm sick of looking at this thing. Look again. It isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. Leaning close to the dark curved shape to see its texture, you see whirls and currents like a river. Dark flow, unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. Oh, the Gardener. Oh, I know this place. Thought you might have seen it. Everything I've tried to do to contain the protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. Unfortunately, it's an unavoidable fact, yet the eye still spins. Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. Spread across the station as we've seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. Started to look outside of our test cases. And look what I found. Shadow Protocol. Now watch. See something strange, a fizzling at the end of the shadow, and then it's gone. And beneath, for a moment, you see the networks of the Greenway. Just dissolved the shadow. It protected itself, exactly. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we've seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something centralized. Yeah, I know the Gardener. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fall. Only way to break it open, spread the entire... the only way is to break it open, spread the entity's network access, expand it somehow. I'll have the Gardener out. I don't know, Sleeper. I really don't know. That's okay. Is it? Is it okay we have to decide this, to attempt this alone? You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know, because over the past cycles you've run every simulation and still come up with nothing. The potent cocktail of resignation and anger. What do we need? Suppose we need two things. Find a way to limit or control the Gardener spread, then reconnect the Greenway. Controlling the spread means preparing the station, limit the Gardener's network to key systems, don't want it taking everything, just needed to protect the core functionality, and then reconnect the Greenway to the main line of the network. We don't prepare it correctly, it spread to everything, and it might get worse. It literally cannot be worse than total collapse. Map of the eye. Stab the map with each one, marking them in red. Central car is somewhere on the rim. I still need to find it. See the Gardener in all those places. We're going to do that. We can transplant the Greenway. Of course. Gardener needs plants to care for. It's the protocol dictates. If we see Greenway plants in those systems, the Gardeners will seek them out. Protect them. It's a wild idea. Good work. You can way into those systems. That's okay. I know a guy. After everything he dragged you through, you feel Fang still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Oh, cool. Away we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. It should be way up there. Find Fang. Isn't in my bay. Out to lunch. Great. Very helpful, Fang. Very helpful. Guess I'm sleeping in my empty container tonight. Let's go. That's fine. One cycle. We've done enough for one cycle. Reroll those. Nice. Oh, Fang might be working on the flux. That's it. No more wasting time. Maybe your friend has a Havenage pass card or something. Something you wouldn't mind me borrowing. Let's wait. We haven't got time to wait. Coming here is a mistake. Get inside quickly. You sure this person can help us? It's very messy. Yeah. You're interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. I swear I closed the shutter when I left. Was she getting forgetful? He grins at you. Okay. Very sane. Now you come rob an old friend, is that the plan? I need your help. I hear about the flux. I guessed as much. Saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station. So I saw new patterns, something must happen. Past cycles have been doing a total inventory of the core systems. Surprised myself, to be honest. Didn't think I had it in me. What'd you find? That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems. Every time I look at it, it disappears. They always do that? Shadow protocol. Slowly filling every system in the station. We need to stop it. We need you to grant us access to literally all the core systems. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. I don't even know your name. And you are asking for the keys to the castle. Can't be done. Hey, it's me. How long have you known about this one, Sleeper? I owe you, but I also know you trust too easily. Sorry to say it. I vouch for myself. Came to the IA on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne. Ever since I've been here, I've done everything in my power to protect this place. Help stabilize the refugee flotilla, investigate the flux, blah blah blah. I've just done everything to stop and slow these actions. I'll not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the council either. Someone has to run this place, and that someone's me. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Interesting. Foreign long peak unfolded the system completely. What now? How do you kill it? That's why we're here. The Gardener. Some Greenway hacker? More like an avatar of the Greenway himself. Explain the farming AI. And if you granted access to the major networks, you hope to reinforce them. You don't want this thing out? This is the kind of stupid plan I'd dream of. Pauses. I like it. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We're trying to limit it, of course. That's why we want your help to access some of the AI's major systems. So the way we save the eyes by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? Sleeper, congratulations. You found someone weirder than you. Alright. All systems pass card. Take it before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here. Start tearing the place down. Shadow Protocol has me spooked. So if you're telling me you found a way, we might fight it. No matter how crazy. I'm glad to do this. No, Sleeper. Keep up with my work here. Strengthen those systems. Back up the data. Worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. We'll let this place die. Last pieces of my parents are here among the data. Bye, fam. Hub, Free Spoke, far side of the shipyard, see the gardener. I'm gonna find the core control center. Find any message when I have something. Okay. That's fine. Oh, spores. Oh no, I need way more spores. Oh, just kidding. Well, I do need more spores. That part is true. But not as true as we thought. It should not be difficult. Yep. Go here. Get some more spores. Glad we did not plant anymore. Would not have worked well. Alright, control center seeded. Possible entry to core facility in the low end. Sure, why not? I've got spores. Right with the coordinates. Short glass-roofed alley turns off from the main thoroughfares. It's hard to believe it's all a threat. Seems so concrete and real. Oh, Castor. Sleeper. Partners on arrive for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. Rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Most games begin in the same way, moving with independence, but there's a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player and anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board. A point of contact. When routine becomes negotiation, negotiation becomes conflict. As the moment arrives, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised continually by you, Sleeper. The way you conduct yourself suggests an anxious refrain, defensive, protective quality, but in your Tavla game, I see only risk. Risk is, of course, necessary to play Tavla. You move pieces to expose it, but it should be done with calculation. And then if that piece is taken, it's already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if a risk was just a secondary effect of action, consequence. Not its primary guide, a cause. See what I mean? Risky in play, but defensive in mood. Smiles. Move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You're responding, which means you're being led. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It's also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Let's look at our refugee crisis, for example. All reaction, little risk calculation. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks, the most important control facility on the eye. Spun from the rim. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? Why am I telling you that? The facility is precisely why you are here. Smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. Something has changed in the air. How do you know about that? Yes, they're still smiling. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Tone is unshifted. He speaks as if there's still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You're leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. So I am here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. The system, the station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employer, Senate Stat, bought out the entire system, and for the past decades it's one valid owner. But to possess this system, H1 system, that's a matter of risk. How much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance would take. This risk must be calculated against a favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, it was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk, but the markets change, the demands shift, and Senate Stat, we analyze, we follow, and we respond. Each one is about to become the most important system in the galaxy. Lone can channel operating within range of 7 newly surveyed resource-rich systems. Frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So, here we are. Reevaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the can. I feel really good now that I didn't give him the data he wanted. Clearing the way for what comes next. You'll kill thousands. I'm an analyst, Sleeper. I will do nothing. Okay, boss. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you in the role of analyst. I see great promise in you. Ability to enter systems, shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity, assume you know that. Truly a wonderful happenstance of SNARP's technology. Imagine even they are not fully aware of it. Make you an offer. Come willingly or by force. Station will collapse, you can be sure of that, but your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, that is very intriguing. Very intriguing indeed. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk on one hand, almost certain death on the other, possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, Sleeper. The game is forfeit. You must see that. You are of value. You're needed. He holds up a hand. Feel a slight release of the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak and respond. You realize you're already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper? Sleeper, I'm here. You're unable to turn to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper. We're supposed to be meeting, remember? Sorry, I'm interrupting something. Cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Well, must be a friend of Sleeper. Watch one of his hands lift close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it. A weapon. You try to scream and shout, but with Castor's attention not partially on you, you can do nothing. What's happening here, Sleeper? You okay? Peak stares into your eyes. You see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding. In the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, away from you. As you do feel inertia lifting, you know it's the only moment you'll have to act. Shove. You lurch wildly like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them back into Castor. Somewhere a digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together and the object on Castor's hands skitters across the floor. You realize it screeches you. Get to the feet, grab Peak, and run. Hard as you can. They will speak. He asks you to explain. You tell him everything Castor told you about Senate Stat and their claim on the system, the reactivation of the CAN channel, and the growing importance of the Helion system. It flows out of you in desperate gulps. Reminds me of the time I was mowing my lawn and I think I drank an entire gallon of lemonade when I got inside. It was not my best move, but it was a very satisfying move. Very quenchy. We have to finish this, Sleeper. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set the gardener free. I mean, yeah, compared to Senate Stat, choose anything over them. The final control facility is here. I found it. Take you as soon as you're ready. Only shot you'll have. Alright, probably. Let's take a peek-see, shall we? Oh, we got plenty of time. Got it. Doesn't matter what we do, right? Oh, it didn't complete. Got it. Got it. Alright, time to snooze. Feed my cat. And just keep on exploring. Eventually. Perfect. Elevator to the core. just a little nervous. Elevator sets off, screeching through the floor as it does at an unsettling and loud volume. It's not going to be a short trip. I feel more comfortable if we spoke. Sure. How's your girlfriend? I was thinking more small talk, elevator talk. She's packing. Once I set her mind on something. You know her now. You know what I mean. She'd be persuaded to say? I doubt it. I really do. She left her life behind to take me out of XPR. Can't imagine her settling for just anywhere. To be honest, I can't see her letting me stay either, but I guess things have changed. Back then at Hawthorne, I was in a place to know what to do. I was desperate and ready to run, but now I feel done with that. Done with denying my past and my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Pete goes quiet and you do too. There are too many possible questions and possibilities before you. It seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave consequences for later. Central control. Vast cylindrical stack of servers dominate the center of the room. Despite the decay, the warp panels, and water leaks, it's still running, just as it has for decades and decades. What now? Now we see the place. The thread is pulling me. As you approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware, the peak is stuffing mulch into, you run your hands across its plated metal surface and watch lights blink in response. Getting closer. Heart. Sleeper, you are here. Oh, it's the navigator. What are you doing here? Did you imagine the flux and the shadow protocol was just a problem for the people of the station? They are all the more dangerous to us. Been hiding once more, jumping from network to network. I thought my hiding days were done. For the moment, I found myself a safe haven here in the core. My predictions, however, do not point to good outcomes. That's why we're here. A desperate plan, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I'm not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the shadow protocol or the assimilation of Gardner, but we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardener into the systems you've seeded. It is correct to do so. Thank you. You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcome. Good luck. I enjoy the feeling of a very messy, lived-in space station. Well, left, there's enough time, some growth before we can reconnect the Greenway. Alright. You ensured the high survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers. Shall we go? Let's go. Going to the Founders app to finalize the connection. If you want to speed things up, go work with the flotilla. Can't make the connection. No, they're ready to go. This'll work. Hug. Nice. Drive complete. Yes, yes. Alright. Does that help the flotilla? I can help the flotilla. And if I don't completely understand why, I can still do it. Oh well. Three cycles down seems fine. We've been on top of things, so. Can do most of this in a cycle. Most. Oh, and we got a scrap item too. That's good. Sleeper, glad you're here. Need to help us out? No worries. I mean it, Sleeper. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Seems the word got out this way or that. Had people flowing in from the eye looking for a place, which in truth it's more than I thought. Can we do it? We'll do what we can, as always. We're supposed to stay here, not keep running. Don't listen to me, just a tired old man. Something to ask, though. What is it? All the evacuees, we need to change the plan. We can't do it alone, we need the others to help out. We can carry them and house them, but that's all. Now you settled down the folks from Ember Step, and they send us supplies grown in the dust houses of theirs. If we can get more. And the song crews. Need from them is scouting and security. These folks, they know you. Sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying. We need you to make sure the work gets done. Time's our greatest enemy now. Need you out there speeding things up. Alright. Can do my best. I don't know. Snoozing time. Complete active scenes. What other active scenes are there? Not there, not there, not there. Not there, nothing here, nothing here. Oh, maybe it's on the flotilla. That makes sense. Got it. Good to see you, Aki. There will be suppliers for the evacuees. Put the dust houses to use. Producing food, clothes, and necessary things. Not familiar with the plants from the Greenway. Can you help us? Sure thing. There lies suffering and at risk. I know what it's like. It's okay. Wish I had a lesson to share with you and a lesson on step, but for the moment I cannot see what that might be. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile, but if you do not have time, I will not blame you. It would feel weird to abandon this place after we've said no to like 7 people leaving. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Not quite. Suppose you're on Soul's orders again. Ember's Earth likes more due to order people around. You're by choice. Fair enough. Timing always seems to be a cycle or two after you get a request. Must be a coincidence, with an exaggerated shrug. Soul's lucky anyways. Request for us to mantle the access me the Vanguard aligns perfectly with our plans. If we build our escape, make the heart ship sink, we're complying. It's a 2-in-1 for us. Those idiots will never see it coming. Leaving the flotilla? We're our own flotilla, Sleeper. We're going to tie ourselves to Heart and Step any longer. Why would we? To help them. Taking on evacuees from the Eye. So how about they help themselves before they can ask us to make up for their bad decisions? Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper. We have to get out from under the shadow of Step and Song. Won't let the Step, or the Flux, catch us again. Not a chance. Let's make that leaf. Sure. Alright. Greening step, sure. Dock dismantling, sure. Well, this is just going to be a lot of dice rolling and re-rolling right now. However, if we keep doing engineer stuff, we should be okay. Because it could give us scrap to keep our stability up. Alright. Pilgrim stuff is prepped. I know. Unfortunately, that's interface and intuit. That's engage and engineer. Perfect. We'll work on this then. Give me some scrap, please. Bruh. Nope, we lost energy instead. That's not very nice. That's not nice at all. Okay, good stuff there. We'll just sleep here tonight. Keep feeding the stray cat until it loves us. That'll never happen. It's a cat. But a robot can dream. Why I have to make the flotilla my priority, I don't rightly understand, but that's okay. Alright. Another day, another $1. Halfway through cycles. Everything's been seeded, we need to connect it, but I guess we need to do flotilla stuff first. Alright, dust house should be good. Prime of what's achieved. Should have known you'd be here. Green finger people on the station. Hey, Rico. Been so long, no need for any drama. Met some of the steppe refugees in the Greenway, and they were gathering plants, and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. Very apologetic. Told them they were welcome to anything they liked. Told me I'd be welcome to come see. Thought I'd take her up on her offer. So I'm glad I did. I'm glad too. I can see that. How about you take me on a tour? Show her all around the fungal and lichal growths and how the dust mixes with the spores. I know something's happening on the eye, Sleeper. We all felt the flux event hit, and everyone's talking about what's next. Came out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all, and I think I've decided. What we've done here with Aki and the other steppe refugees. Incredible. Whole new ecosystem built from the strange artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I'm not of two worlds. I'm of the eye. Like it or not, I'm entwined with the station. Mold growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate the recycle. Blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, I want to spend with the eye in the Greenway, watching things grow. One day I'll live in those fields and not get back up. When the green takes me, I'll be so glad. And I'll miss you. The feeling's mutual, Sleeper. I'm staying as well. We have to get we all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper. Know what it's like to drive us. I know you'll decide to act in a manner you know. Don't neglect that. Oh, don't let me forget this. Swarring club heads. You have to plant these if you go, and you'll need them. If you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. Not for that, at least. Thank you. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. See you around. I'm not leaving. Friend of yours? More than that. You're leaving us? For now. First of many goodbyes. Steady step and a clear path. And I wish you the same, because I don't know anything. Nice, that's done. Oh boy. I don't think a 3 is gonna go very well for us, but maybe it will. Oh my god, we got the neutral outcome. Life is good. Alright, Peter, blah, blah, blah. All the crews. Oh, Tala. Sleeper. It's good to see you. And you. Sleeper. I'm going to the Starward Belt. Why didn't you say? Remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper, and my brother? Came here with me, with my family when we were little, just after we left Chinza. Left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spacer crew heading toward the Starward Belt. I'm an idiot, and I'm going after him. That makes sense. It does? I'm not so sure anymore. Really don't know if it makes sense or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about them. What happens to the bar? Someone will have to run it. And I can ask Francis, he'd be happy to. And of course, if you're leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'd be totally okay. Wouldn't need to say yes. I could run the bar. I think so. You can take a second, but there's not exactly much time. So considering that, you want to do it? Yeah, sure. I'll run a bar. That sounds like fun. Couldn't be leaving it in better hands. Remember to lock up, especially the back. Remember to empty the still if you're leaving things closed for a few cycles. And I'll be gone forever, of course. I can come back and check in. Maybe once I find my brother. She blinks away a tear. Smiles at you and see the weight lifting off her shoulders. Her eyes already drifting towards the crew and the ship and the next big thing. She's ready. I better be going. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. Thank you again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with. I'd be able to leave if I hadn't make things work here. Dad wouldn't let me. See you around. Alright, that's complete. That's complete. Terminal flux is done. There's an upgrade available. Not really, though. I have one upgrade point. But, this is fine. Let's end the cycle here. We'll have to heal up soon. Briar, got anything? Nope. Flotilla's all set. That's nothing. That's nothing. Oh wait, I didn't grow any. Oh no. I can still buy some. It'll be fine. Yeah, you want me to export 3 caps, right? Okay. Where is Peak? Not there. Do I just wait? Have I done everything that I could? I have no idea. Havenage agents, blah 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 blah. I really don't know, actually. Why am I doing that? Oh wait, the doctor's not here. Uh-oh. Where'd the doctor go? I guess we do have to, I guess let's do some mushroom seeding? It's really all we got going for us right now. So we can get another stabilizer in, hopefully before anything, the end game kicks off, but we'll see. Anything in the base camp? No. Okay, how about in here? No. Okay. Night night. Do I have to wait for this to kick off? Oh, Peak is here. Connection is ready. Meet me at the Founder's Gap. I don't have a lot of things I can do, but I'll do my best. There's a darkness around their eyes and a sense of exhaustion to their pose. Glad you came, Sleeper. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Crunch time. Let's go. Breaking the connection is up ahead. Walk away from the docking tunnel into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. The hole in the gap got knocked into the eye when Solheim collapsed. Possible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, no one could. So this place has always been on borrowed time. Managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down where the main line still runs through the remaining ribs of the rim. Just looking those are old XPR platforms running. Ash would be proud if she bothered to help. Here, this connection point. What now? Now we make the connection. We both stand there staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one, the ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors, braced, blah 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 blah. Alright, let's connect them. I feel like this should be more momentous, or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. Just do it. Connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what you're waiting for. You expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning or lurch on its axis, for the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim. What are we waiting for? I feel like we just planted a tree and expected it to burst out of the ground. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that's been released from a cave and rushes out into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You can see it, can't you? Not with my eyes, but it is everywhere. Gardener's free. Peak Slate chirps. What happened? It's Ash. She's leaving. Peak. They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette disappear rapidly around a corner. Ash is going. You think the flotilla must be leaving too. Oh, Castor's waiting for me. Now, Sleeper. No need to fear. I understand it was my mistake to try to force you. Miscalculation. Yeah, get lost. I understand you are angry. It's a reasonable reaction. Only ask you to continue in the spirit of being reasonable and allow me to state my case. Bye. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value if you ever want to see that realized. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. Last you see of him is a slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation or another deferential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. Doesn't matter either way. You're done with him. Bye. Big old turd bucket, man. Chaos at the cordon. Final shuttlers are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be the final people to escape from the eye. Is collapse certainty? Peak's actions the cycle have changed anything at all? Quickly spot Peak and Ash at the far side of the chaotic bay. You hear their voices over the crowd. Made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. It doesn't have to be like this. We can find a way. I've always protected you, Peak. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand you are not mine to control, and you've chosen to be here, not with me, despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Peak cries out in frustration. You choose to stop running, too, and stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Ash? I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne. What it was like to be worried for your safety of recycle, to live under the control of my mother and the administration, to work to maintain something no one wanted, no one needed, so our corporation could maintain a foothold in the system. Talk as if this place and the very same system is any different. What is there here but the same grind for other masters, for employers, administrators, those who would gain our struggles? It may not be a corporation controlling the mind, but there is control and power in action here. So what then? You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom, in search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? I want to be part of something, yes, even if it's broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. She nods, her eyes close. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood or our shared need to escape. We're both just people in this system. I release you, Pete. You are free of me. I don't really think that's a little... Life here if you want it, then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. She climbs up the boarding ramp, and the AQV's taking their chance to climb on board too. The shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. Crowds are dispersing now as they get on the shuttles or say their goodbyes. Sleeper, there she's gone. She chose to leave. Known her my whole life, but since we arrived, we've been going in different directions. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Ash well, I know that. Sleeper? Can't believe you'd make an old man run across the bay to get you. Singers have gone. Left at the start of the cycle and broke away from the flotilla. He smiles to see Katala safely cradled within one of those Singer ships on the way to the starward belt. What are you smiling at? They forced our hand. We have to leave now. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. I reckon any hostile spacers out there give them a wide berth. Program seemed to need a little time to make it way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we've plenty supplied on the journey to the belt. And plot over the way to tell you that. It's now or never, Sleeper. Good in my word, left a berth for you. Last chance to take it. Make a call. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. You stumble a little and stand straight, refusing to be crushed. Tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Good luck. You'll need it, he sighs. And then it's gone, and soul goes with it. Another hand falls on your shoulder, and it grounds you once more. Let's go, Sleeper. You nod, seeing how unsteady you are on your feet. Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off. Holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. You both hold things for each other, remind each other of the choices you made, remind each other why it's important to keep going despite the moments where it seems impossible. Somehow, however, the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but to you and Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force in the station. New force will bring out new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the system in the wake of the flux event, fungal crust pushing through pipes and wiring. Eye will go wild and fecund, becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. A strange and unsettling beauty to the paradigm shift as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Rico will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age until her final days she delights in the new mysteries the Eye and the Gardener produce, and as this new era consolidates around the station, you find yourself in the Bantean most cycles, working to keep the place alive. Cycle where you invite Emphas to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bantean will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparation of the station. I'm glad that Emphas is there too. And after a long shift, you'll hear the sound of the stray mewling and crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat as it's the only thing in your world that matters. However, in the newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senate Stat, frustrated by the Eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life in the Eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate Stat stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Havanage's hardliners will fizzle out, losing their grip on the council. In their wake, Helene will spearhead a series of reforms that will scale back the overreach, returning them to the caretaker role they had always intended to fulfill. As the cycles roll on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Helion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices, and the smells that accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. It's not unavoidable! I have the mushrooms! They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, past and potential futures, this masking the world to mark your approaching end. In one cycle, far from now, that accumulation of memories and tastes, of people and places, will be the last thing you let go of. By now, there's only you and Peak, armors around each other, walking slowly out of the bay. Two figures born of crippled systems linked together, continuing despite their origins. In the frozen moment, you focus only on the next step, because that is the only way you've learned to persist. To persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. Oh, it zoomed all the way out. We finally got to see it all. That's nice. Guys, we got the fourth ending. And this one actually felt good, and like an ending. Yay, we did it! Woo! We're just gonna do Isaac next week. My voice is tired of talking, and I'm still a little sniffly, but I hope you enjoyed it very much. I think the DLC felt essential to the story. I feel like if we didn't have the 3 DLC, which was free, so it's not like you pay to get the better story. It was just kind of additional content. But that additional content feels like the true path through the game. You get to experience a lot of the characters that you grew to enjoy through the campaign, rather than just an ending where it kind of like snaps off halfway and you're just like, well, you're gone. Adios. So I guess make sure you play it with a DLC. The DLC's free, and I think it comes with the game. So I don't really have any animosity towards that. DLC, I think, tied it up a lot better. I feel more invested in the game than ever with that DLC. That was nice. That was nice. When am I going to play Dredge? Dredge is on my wish list right now. I've been keeping an eye on it. I'm hoping it goes on sale during the Steam Summer Sale and gives me a little excuse to buy it. But I probably will stream Dredge, Victor. That's not a joke. It looks really cool. Isaac's next week just because I don't have anything planned right now. And then from there, I don't know. It's 25% off. Was or is? Was. Oh, that's fair. That's on me. Dredge. Looking at the wish list. Dredge. There it is. It's a good time. That's all I need. Dredge will be streamed. I don't know how immediately it'll be streamed, but it'll be streamed. We've been absolutely ripping through the indie games on my list lately, so... Anyways. Thanks so much for watching. No streams this weekend. Years from now, more like months. And it's almost June. Summer sale, it might be less, quite honestly. I'll make it years from now just so you have to tune in to every stream. You're like, man, I think he's going to play Dredge this time. And the title will just say it's Dredge, but it won't be. Anyways, thanks so much for watching. If you'd like to leave a follow or just come back, hang out any other time you want, always appreciate it. No streams this weekend, but I will see a chunk of you this weekend anyways, and I'm excited for it. If you're not part of that, we'll be back on Monday and Tuesday and Thursday all next week with Isaac, because we've got GDQ going, so I don't want to distract. Past that, there is a game called Dibbity Doop. That's not the name. I'll figure it out. We're getting there. Boop, 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 boop. Planet of Lana that we might pick up. So we'll see. Either way, again, thanks a bunch, and until next time, toodles.